Ocean Needs Everyone is celebrating 5 years of saving the oceans. My name's Enzo, and through Ocean Needs Everyone, I help save the ocean by doing beach cleanups, CO and mangrove plantings, making art about recycled plastic, and making films regarding the ocean's health. How can you help save the oceans at home? Well, even if you don't live near an ocean, trash can end up in there eventually, so cut down on your use of single-use plastics. If you see trash on the roads or beaches, make sure to pick it up. Use less gas-powered vehicles, fish responsibly, and help support local organizations. I started my organization when I was 12 years old because I wanted to make a difference. So remember, you're never too young to follow your dreams and make a change. Let's all save our oceans together, one piece of trash at a time.
Want to train like a pro? DGS Ninja has you covered with obstacles designed by top athletes. Kevin Carbone, Matt Bradley, Tom Alberti, and Brett Sims. Whether you're dialing in your technique at the gym or training at home, DGS Ninja equipment is built for performance, durability, and safety. Train with confidence. Train with DGS Ninja. Find obstacles, rigs, mats, and more on dgsninja.com.
Has this ever happened to you? Where's my truck at? Ooh, I have a solution for that. Slab chalks! You take the chalk ball, put it in the mesh pocket, zip it up, slap, and get your chalk. Slab trucks are made right here in Springdale, Arkansas at Interform, the small batch manufacturing company. We're helping our community and providing local jobs to minorities and women of diverse backgrounds. I'm Joseph Rowe.
Athletes and coaches, Preteen Male, stage 2 small, demo run.
And here we have the demo run right here. Sorry for the late start.
Demo run about to begin.
And he's made his way half through the course, halfway. And here he makes his way up the salmon ladder. And he almost made his way through, but great run by him. And here we go. As we're have Matt finish the demo right there for us. And here alongside my friend Anthony, commentating with me today.
Welcome, welcome. Looks like our first competitor is starting off with Sammy Silverman, representing the Los Angeles Ninja team. He is from Los Angeles, California. 12 years old, competed in 6 of the season 11 Tier 1 competitions. He looks ready to go.
And though quite a ways away from home, there seems to be many competitors on this team coming from afar. As he makes his way off the second honeycomb onto the third and now onto the platform. And here he goes onto the TikTok. And there he goes. About to
Through these spring panels
and now to the French toast sticks.
to the salmon ladder.
And this is one of the hardest parts of the course right here, because he has to get the pole over not just one but two latches, and then we have this third where he's going to have to go up. This is not an easy task right here. He's making it look easy. As our first runner of the wave, he's actually doing quite well. And there he goes. But still, what a great first run for our first competitor of the wave right there. And up next we have Sammy.
Sammy's competed in 6 Tier 1 competitions so far this season. Calls Los Angeles home, competes in the Southwest region. We now move on to Siddhanth Ayagari. Has competed in 9 competitions so far this season at the WNL Tier 1 level. Competes from MLab, Ohio.
Here he goes, making his way off the last honeycomb right here.
Gets through it, now onto the door drop. Quickly pushes it down and leaps over to the TikTok.
He's getting his momentum here. He's about to lunge, which he does. And makes his way to the spring panel. And on to the second.
Still trying to work his way off the spring panel and on to the resting platform. Now we'll go from the bar straight into the French toast sticks. Jumps through the 3, now the trapeze. He'll then drop onto the horizontal salmon ladder.
And he reached for it, couldn't quite grasp it.
Couldn't corral it, and he'll now need to try and push off the French toast sticks or generate his own backswing. And can't get it.
And he almost had it right there. Great run by him.
All right, Ayagari taken out by the 7th obstacle. Got there in a pace of 1 minute, 1 second. That puts him in 2nd place right now in the order. Next up, we have Camden Bogart in his competitor bio. He wants to shout out his sponsor, Treyas Horse Trailer Sales, for helping him out and making it to all of his competitions this year. And he says to look them all for all of your horse trailer needs. Comes from Watsontown, Pennsylvania. He's looking to become the first clear of this Preteen Male Stage 2. Auger working his way through the honeycomb and gets the dismount.
Looks like he could have what it takes for the first clear.
Now contending with the door drop. Takes a running jump and settles onto the TikTok. Generating some swing off the weighted TikTok.
Having all this momentum is very important.
Trying to make a leap here.
He does.
Came in very fast, not necessarily high, but was able to get purchase on the hold. Bogart
now onto the French toast sticks.
3 obstacles left to go for Bogart if he wants to become the first clear of stage 2.
He certainly has enough time with 1 minute and 15 left.
Dashes through the 3 stick French toast sticks. And another competitor has made it to the salmon ladder to question is, can he become the first competitor to make it through the salmon ladder today?
With 50 seconds left.
Going with the bicycle kick,
Makes
it to the vertical section. Hands on the second rung.
Just push it up one more.
Going with the switch grip, he needs to push it up 2 rungs to settle onto the open-ended one. Lands it open. Now jumping onto the swing area, but doesn't land it.
Just isn't able to hold on.
The third competitor fell on the salmon ladder obstacle. As we move on to our next competitor, 12-year-old Evan Baumberger. He's 5'2", clocks in at 106 pounds. Started Ninja 3 years ago. Has competed in 18 WNL Tier 1 competitions so far this season.
From Steel City Ninja.
Comes from Wexford, Pennsylvania.
He actually competes in the Midwest region. Has had 18 total Tier 1 comps this season. With 2 minutes and 5 seconds left.
Baumberger looking to become the first clear of Stage 2 in this division. Currently clocking in at 4th place.
Now on to the French toast sticks. Quickly
Baumberger
through them.
pushes himself into 3rd place.
Making fast work through this salmon ladder.
Now, I believe that scoring may not recognize that he's on the salmon ladder.
Yeah, it's one behind.
It is one behind. So, Baumberger does fail in the 8th obstacle. Completed 7 parts of the 9 obstacle course. As we now transition to our next competitor, Yuval Yahalom.
Up next, we have Yuvolo Yalam. Definitely said that wrong. Sorry.
Yuval Yahalom next up on the course.
That's it.
Hails from Israel. The 11-year-old goes to ninja school. And that's his home gym, not an actual ninja school. He finished top 3 in the Israeli Ninja League and now is here on the world stage. Trains alongside his older brother,
Should have
Ofek.
a ninja school.
And Ofek is a top-level calisthenics athlete who recently won 4th place in the Calisthenics World Championship.
That's crazy. Calisthenics is really difficult these days.
Right. Island clocking in at 4'5".
With the 2 minutes and 4 seconds left, this jump could be a little difficult with him because of his height. Let's see how he overcomes that. And just lands
Can't contend
wrong.
with it. Unfortunately, his run ends on
Might
stage 2.
be a little hurt because he didn't land on any of the padding. That's the Mature Kids Male Division behind us.
There's always a decent bit of yelling going on here because we have concurrent divisions running at simultaneous times.
Looks like Yuval is still, he's getting up, it looks like. A little hurt from the concrete because he didn't
Getting up
miss
after
the
a
padding.
wait.
But it
You
looks
missed-
like he got up and is okay.
Missed the padding upon his dismount. Next up, we have Jack Barden on the course. Has competed in 14 Tier 1 competitions. Comes from Bel Air, Maryland. He's got elite competitor Ryan Wilmoth supporting him. Ryan finished top 10 in the elite division. Wilmith, my apologies. Jack trains at a Kinetic Ninja Warrior.
Ryan Wilmoth is actually around my age, I'm pretty sure. Maybe you're older than me. He's in the elite division.
Yeah, Ryan finished top 10.
Did very well.
Now supporting Jack Barden. We'll see if Jack can do the same.
And off he goes. Still no clears so far.
Jack priming to land on the second honeycomb. Gets it. And then a little cross arm there when he came around. His momentum carried him a little peculiarly. Gets through without much issue. Pushes down the door instead of jumping onto it like we've seen some competitors do in other divisions. Jumps onto the TikTok. Now trying to generate enough power to move his way straight onto the big tack-toe. Reaches out just to grab the spring panel. Now progressing through it to take on the French toast sticks. 1 minute 39 left on the clock. Gets onto the bar. Now dashing forward. Grabs onto the trapeze and now trying to settle onto the bar on the horizontal portion of this salmon ladder. Quickly hops it over 2 rungs. Now trying to hop it onto the vertical section. Nearly hops it off to the top. Just needs to make 1 up transition, which he does. 1 minute 13 left.
Could be our first one to pass through this obstacle.
Just trying to hook it in. He gets it. And Jack Barton is the first competitor through the salmon ladder to sky trap.
Could be our first clear.
He will be the first competitor to take on the katana. This has been upgraded. We just saw Mature Kids Female run this course. The preteen males have to deal with a slope circular shaped hold on the back, which basically forces you to almost entirely use the front unless you feel comfortable enough to grip on. Unfortunately, Jack comes up short, fails in the transition to the third katana. His run on stage 2 is over, though he currently sits in first place.
Still very impressive.
As we now move to Yahav Shahar, 12-year-old competitor from Ashkelon, Israel.
Very quickly through the first obstacle, and now onto the honeycombs.
Yahav looking to make a quick transition. Already kicking out. Doesn't need more than 1 swing back and forth to make it through. Progressing through the door drop, now contending with the TikTok. Pushing it back and forth. You can see him squatting there, trying to generate more momentum when it's trying to swing the other way. He's through the big tack-toe as well, trying to work his way through the spring panel. As for why some of these competitors don't just jump straight to the bar, that resting platform that you can't really see from this angle. It's not really pictured in the angle, but shown between those 2 supports. That actually is a resting point that counts as a point for your obstacle, so you need to touch it. Anyways, back to Yahav Shahar, firmly on the horizontal portion of our salmon ladder. Trying to settle it, pushes it back.
Also, the skip from the last division is no longer possible because but the platform has moved back, and he just barely isn't able to get to the top, overshoots it a little bit.
The open-ended rung, unfortunately, caught him out. Wasn't able to land with the right side.
Yes.
Had the left on point. The right, unfortunately, went a little bit too far over. Wasn't enough for him to be able to advance past that obstacle.
Still a good run.
As we move on to Harry Epstein, another one of our preteen males. Hails from Western Springs, Illinois. Competes in the North Central Regional. Has competed in 11 WNL Tier 1 comps this season so far. The 12-year-old trying to become our first clear in the preteen male Stage 2 division. So far, no competitor is cleared. We saw Jack Barton become the first competitor to make it to Katana, the final obstacle. But he did not clear. Failed on the third and final Katana.
Now onto the French toast sticks.
Epstein now on the resting bar, moves forward through the French toast sticks, moves himself into second place based on time. Trying to contend for first, but he needs to make it past his obstacle to make that a reality. Epstein walking a ledge back and forth.
Goes to the
Gets it.
second to last rung. Smart approach. Able to stick it
Far
on
up.
top.
Gets the open-ended rung. Swings it over. Hooks it in. And he will advance to the final obstacle. The second competitor to make it to the katana. Harry Epstein brings out a big-time Ninja Gym, trying to become our first clear in the preteen male division on stage 2.
Very possible.
Epstein
54
lines up
seconds
the
left.
transition. Crimps to hang on. Hangs behind it. Goes for the dismount. He gets it. Harry Epstein is your first stage 2 clear. Moving on to stage 3 with a time of 1 minute 42 seconds.
Well, let me ask you this. How many people have from stage 1 in this division cleared?
Not sure.
It's not all of them, though.
I would take a bet that it's not all of them. It's not often you get 109 clears like we had in the mature kids female division. That battle on stage 3 will be going soon.
Now, already through all of the honeycombs, making a great time.
This one is Grayson Delgra, 12-year-old from Parker, Texas. Competed in 3 WNL Tier 1 competitions prior to this run. Looking at the 4th potentially. Results in a stage 2 clear.
Also being very efficient throughout this course.
Making good time, not avoiding unnecessary backswing. See him being methodical. Methodical and perhaps cautious. But not to a fault. Stelger moving on the salmon ladder. Takes a quick swing. Settles into the open rung. And gets the transition. 1 obstacle left to go. Delgra trying to become our second clear. We just saw Harry Epstein become the first clear of this preteen male division. Delgra lining up. Can't find the 3rd ledge. Couldn't locate it enough to hang on. But that moves him into 2nd place. Got there in 1 minute, 10 seconds. As we now move on to 12-year-old Augustin Vega. Hails from Ackworth, Georgia. And apparently he gets to celebrate his birthday at Worlds this year.
Happy birthday.
It's his 4th Worlds. Happy birthday to you, Augustin. I don't know which exact day is his birthday, but at some point during this Worlds,
could be today for all we know.
He has celebrated or is celebrating his birthday at this very moment. And what better birthday present would it be than to clear stage 2 of Worlds? Besides clearing stage 3, of course. Stage 2, I think, sounds pretty good.
Both sound pretty good.
Vega's currently on TikTok, works his way through. And right through the big tack-toe as well. And through the spring panel, too.
Making quick work
just
of this
30
course.
seconds has worked his way onto the salmon ladder. Skips straight to the 3rd rung. Onto the open rung as well.
Not the first time we've seen that, but it is the most efficient way we have seen it with timing. With a minute and
Settles onto the
44
dropping
left.
transition. Now onto the katanas.
He almost has too much time.
1:35 on the clock. Looked for a split second there like he could clear in under a minute. Augustin Vega is still going to clear with plenty of time left. Clears with 1 minute and 1 second.
Almost.
That is the fastest time by 41.28 seconds.
And it's only our 2nd clear.
It's only our 2nd clear, and we have a clear with 1 minute, 28 seconds, and 38 milliseconds.
It's crazy.
The time has been laid down. Brandon Wysowski is next up on the course. Trains at Shinobi Fitness.
Pace has been set.
So Wysowski trains out of Shinobi Fitness. Also trains at the barn with Sam and Isabella Folsom, plus Phil Folsom and Tyler Smith. He says his favorite part of Ninja is constantly trying new moves and obstacles. Getting to try some of them out here. I don't think that they have a door drop at the gym, unless I'm mistaken.
So far, he is answering the call for the pace that has been set so far.
Onto the TikTok, he says his favorite move is a flyaway regrab. That's basically where you do a backflip between two moves in midair. I don't know that there's any obstacle in here to where you could do a flyaway regrab. Potentially, I'm not entirely sure. Unless you tried to regrab the katana, but I don't even know if that's possible.
It's possible. Just very, very hard, and there's
Possible, but at that point,
no reason to do
I
it
think
at
you'd
all.
only do that if you had failed previously. Wysowski, however, has not and is on the final obstacle, stage 2. Currently
still
trying to
has a
work his
very
way
good
forward.
pace.
Grabs to the final ledge. Moves over, gets the clear. Second place for Brandon Wysowski. Clears at the time of 1:10:45.
3 clears so far.
Vega, Wysowski, Epstein, your top 3. So we now move on to Almog Gross, 12-year-old from Kiryat Ono, Israel. He's been training as a ninja for 6 years and is a member of the Ninja Prime team. He placed second in the endurance course at WNL 2024 World Championships.
Let's see if he's able to be our first sub-minute clear.
Currently going through in a quick manner. Takes a quick minute before setting up. Gross pushes down the wall. Jumps off to settle onto the big tac-toe, which he gets. Settling his way through. Past the spring panel. Now working his way across, about to attempt the French toast sticks. Bounce through it with ease, right onto the salmon ladder. Just 42 seconds have passed in Gross's run as he lines up for the transition. We've seen one competitor skip all the way up to that third rung. Gross will skip up to that third rung, but not from the first hop. Still plenty of time left, 1 minute 32 seconds. Now to 1:30 as he dismounts.
Could be our 4th clear.
Got to the final obstacle in just under a minute. Working with a plethora of time right now as he's looking to become our 4th clear of the preteen male division on stage 2. Gets the final cliffhanger ledge, now looking for the dismount. He gets it.
He is our
And now
4th clear.
Almog
Still in the
Gross.
first wave.
Almog Gross moves into 3rd place right now in the rankings. Vega's in first with a time of 1:01:62. Wysowski behind him with 1:10:45. Gross rounds out the top 3 with a time of 1:20:98. Next up on the course, we have Shelton Wright. He's another one of our preteens coming from Mount Vernon, Washington. Trains at Life Force Ninja. This is his 8th. He's competed in 8 competitions so far this year. Is Shelton on the course.
Oh, and he
Goes
just
down early on the honeycomb.
slips off.
Fortunately, that'll do it for his run. I don't think he's going to attempt the rest of the course.
Decides to get off the course, yeah.
Even though you fail, if you have enough time, you can still attempt parts of the course.
And if you still want to.
He will not opt to do so. So we now progress to Logan Jensen.
Ninja is his favorite sport.
Well, I wonder what some of his other sports that he does are, if there are any.
Oh, he also plays baseball. Or does that say basketball?
He also does play baseball. It does say baseball. Jensen pushes down the door, bounding into the TikTok. For the dismount. Gets it onto the big tac-toe. Methodically working his way through it.
Now on to the French toast sticks with 150 left. He says his home gym is Strive, and he also competes at also trains at Vitality, and on his home rig.
Jensen working on the horizontal portion of the salmon ladder here. 1:25 room to contend with.
Has plenty of time to clear.
1 rung left to jump up. He's done it. Now took it onto the descending portion. Got the sky trap. Almost fell forward, kept his balance. Logan Jensen has advanced to the final obstacle of stage 2. One obstacle to contend with, 3 katanas to manage.
Now only one more left.
They all have sloper ball handles to contend with. On the bottom, and Jensen peels off when going for the 3rd katana. That will end his run on stage 2. Currently clocks in with the 6th best run as of right now as we move to Blake Hansen, competitor from Manchester, Maryland. Comes from the Northeast region.
He also does competitive gymnastics.
Blake trains with Ferris Ayub, who's his coach right there on the sidelines. He has a strong bond with his coach. He joined Nova Ninja's team this past season. At Nova Ninja, a gym that I have coached at, that I have trained at and coached at for years, it unexpectedly closed its gym a few months ago due to a zoning issue.
Just some issue.
So Blake has been going around in terms of figuring out which ninja team he's training at. So right now he currently is on the Ninja Logic team.
Already on to the spring panel. About to move quickly across the French toes. It comes back for chalk. Ferris is coaching him along the way while getting chalk. 2-for-1 kind of deal.
Hansen working his way through. I am not sure if that was ruled a disqualification. It may have been. I do believe that that black part, the black rope that he grabbed onto, is out of bounds. Either way, he
I
finishes
can check
in 11th place.
I can check the rule book.
I need you to rest there. Do you understand?
So next up, we move on to 11-year-old Austin Morin from West Barnstable, Massachusetts. Lives on Cape Cod. Made the WNO World Balance Team in Season 9. This year he's placed in the top 10 at 13 competitions, coming from Team Ascend. Apparently, according to his competitor bio, he enjoys hanging out with his friends and occasionally playing Fortnite when it's a rainy day. I will say that WNO has an esports facility here. I wonder if he's been making any good use of that on his time off.
I think most people have.
I think most people have. It also hasn't been very rainy so far through these first couple days. Day 1 resulted in pretty bad rain. Other than that, it seemed to be all smooth sailing. And for smooth sailing, that seems to be the case so far for Austin Morin, who's worked his way onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Currently has about 1:24 left on the clock.
Looks
Got
like
it over the second barricade.
Looks like the French toe sticks are feet only on the blue. No black straps allowed.
So there's clarification on our last run, which resulted in a disqualification.
Also, all the rules can be checked online on WNL's page on the rule book, the living rule book. And he's just slips off of the salmon ladder.
So Morin goes down. That'll place him in 10th position. So we move on next to Harrison Strelko. He's been competing for 3 years. His competitor bio says he's at the gym most days working on technique, trying new obstacles, and hanging out with friends. Besides Ninja, he's really passionate about 3D printing.
I also like 3D printing.
You might wonder if being an engineer is somewhere in his future. Started Ninja in 2020, so he's been at this thing for a little bit.
Yeah.
A 5'4", 97-pound competitor looking to be our 5th clear of Stage 2. As we're nearing the end of the wave after Strelko, we have 9 runs left to go.
Also said he's very excited to be here.
Said he always gives his all.
Living out his dream.
Says one thing that he's really tried to do is push his limits this year. Currently onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. We've seen this obstacle pose an occasional issue for some of our competitors, though some have been able to manage it and move on.
He just isn't
Rocco
able to get it in.
attaches before making it to the vertical section. You see there the left side. The left side dips a little bit too under. Unfortunately, couldn't keep both sides of the bar on. Next up, we move on to Ben Schnitzer. Comes out of M-Lab, New Jersey.
He also goes by the name The Cheesy Ninja.
Apparently, it's because he likes cheese and stupid jokes. His competitor bio also says his height is somewhere between an ant and a giraffe, a.k.a. it is 4'9". He also has the wingspan of a turkey
and
vulture.
he just slips off the second honeycomb.
Goes down on the honeycomb, but he will still attempt the rest of the course.
What?
Actually, I guess he will not. Went onto the door, and now he's going off with his coach. That'll bring us to Milo Bollender. Apparently by age 18 months of age, he was already making his way across monkey bars. By age 3, he was at the Junior Ninja Warrior Gym in Chicago when it was still being developed by Ethan Swanson. He moved to Michigan in 2017, joined Edge Ninja and later Grit Gym. Apparently conquered a 10-foot warped wall at the age of 6, and he made obstacles during the COVID shutdown and created his own obstacle challenges and training courses.
Sounds fun.
He says, and you'll like this.
Also impressive.
You'll like this. Our co-host really likes hearing about multi-sport athletes. Milo, let's go through this. Ninja, baseball, football, track, and quote-unquote just about any sport that lets him move.
It's also very impressive.
He's been nicknamed the Ghost by friends, coaches, and teammates because of the way he seems to slip through defenders and obstacles alike. They describe it as a unique style that makes it often seem like he's in his own world. Milo currently trains at Grips Gym, looking to become our 5th clear on stage 2.
Having a little trouble getting off of the honeycomb, but is able to manage his way through his swing.
The Ghost Ninja currently working his way onto the TikTok, rocking the pendulum back and forth. Swings off, makes the dismount, struggled there to find purchase for a second, but it looks like he's found it out now. 140 left to go. Trying to work his way onto the dismount platform. Just a reminder, you do need to touch that dismount platform instead of going directly to the bar to get the point for that obstacle. Gets off the French toe sticks onto the trapeze and now onto the salmon ladder.
Almost slips off, but manages to keep his hold.
Comes on with 118.
Could be our 5th clear.
To kip it over. Unfortunately, couldn't keep the bar on the tracks. That will do it for his stage 2 run. Currently in 13th place, made it past the French toe sticks in just over a minute.
Up next, we have Dustin Weldon.
Dustin Weldon comes from Taunton, Massachusetts, trains at Vitality Obstacle Fitness. He's got Jordan Thurston on the sideline. Weldon moving through the course at a solid pace.
He also competes in the New England region.
Weldon's competed at 19 Tier 1 competitions so far. I believe this makes it an even 20.
Don't know if that includes regionals or not, though.
We may be wrong. Weldon now on the TikTok. And as aforementioned, we currently have 4 clears on stage 2. Weldon making his case
Dustin
to be
could,
the 5th.
Yes.
Weldon makes it through the 6th hurdle on this 9-obstacle course. 3 more to contend with, and it starts right here on the French toe sticks. as the rest bar, and that'll bring him into the 3 steps.
He accidentally kicked one.
Kicked it and then tried to settle it. 125 left to go. Dashes forward. Moves on to the trapeze. And now is on to the salmon ladder to Skytrap. 114 left on the clock for Weldon. Weldon now trying to generate swing. Create enough momentum to jump himself over to the vertical section. Gets over to the second, can't hang on, however. That will do it for his run. That puts him in 15th place.
Up next, we have Talon Mitchard from
The 12-year-old from Elkhorn, Nebraska.
Yes. I thought it was Nebraska.
Trains at Midwest Warrior Academy. Says he loves ninja video games and reading the Wings of Fire series on repeat. And I think I might have to Google what Wings of Fire actually is.
I think it's a book series. Currently making a decent pace on this course.
Shao transitioning onto the second honeycomb. Gets onto the third, trying to settle his swing. Took a little bit of a backswing there because he was moving a little bit too forward. Settles it, however, dismounts. 2 minutes off to go. Shao pushes down the door drop, waited for a little bit before jumping onto the tick-tock.
Now building as much momentum as he can to get to big tack-toe.
Trying to create enough swing here to make the transition. Shao makes it. Clears that obstacle. Now trying to clear the spring panel as well. Does so, now waiting for the rest platform here.
Now onto the difficult French toast sticks obstacle.
French toast sticks also pose a difficult test because when you're working off of the trapeze, it's interesting because your swing is compromised because of the third stick behind him.
Has 105 left.
Currently trying to become our 4th clear. We saw Augustin Vega, Brandon Wisowski, Ahmad Gross, and Harry Epstein already clear. Can Caleb Michaud become the 5th? Michaud lands the bar askew. Can he fix it? Tries to shimmy out of it. Gets the bar, dislodges it.
Isn't able to readjust.
Michaud fails
end.
on the 8th obstacle of stage 2. Got there in 1 minute and 12 seconds, so that'll put him in 16th place. As we now move on to our 5th to last runner of this wave, Jackson Giulianello. Comes out of Medfield, Massachusetts. Trains at Strive Ninja Fitness.
Efficiently through the steps. Now onto the honeycomb. Setting a decent pace for the rest of his run.
Again, your favorite thing, multi-sport athletes. This guy's a lacrosse kid.
Helps a lot with cardio and ninja. They all work with each other.
I think the real question is, how fast could he whip a shot? Because some of these kids, when they're playing lacrosse, they can fire it deceptively fast. Giulianello firing his body deceptively fast, too, through the first 6 obstacles, through them in 45 seconds.
From Medfield, Massachusetts, and competes in the New England region.
Giulianello currently on the salmon ladder.
Oh. And about to stay up, having a little difficulty with the big rungs.
And again, we've talked about this before. You hear some of the groans or cheers from the crowd, either with us or behind us. We've got multiple divisions going on concurrently here at the World Ninja League Championships.
Next to us.
Or next to us, in fact. We had one just happen behind us to our left.
Isn't able to keep his hold on with the bar tilted.
Giulianello goes down on the 8th obstacle. Now it's to Sam Odell, 11-year-old from Woodstock, Georgia, being trained by I believe it's listed as Henry K. track.
Still only 4 clears. Could he be the 5th?
It's going to be an 11 Tier 1 competition so far this season. Comes from the Southeast region. Looking to become the 5th clear. Augustin Vega still holds the fastest time with a time of 1 minute, 1 second. Sam Odell take first place.
Onto the TikTok. Generating big swings. Almost didn't have enough. Was able to stay on by his fingertips.
Odell, the 4th to last runner of this wave. After him, Evan Richardson, Mylan Kristoff, and Jack Mulroy will be taking a break before we get back into wave 2.
Saves himself from the French toast sticks. Now up into the salmon ladder.
Odell using the commonly utilized switch grip. Helps maintain more control over the bar, though it compromises a small bit of your power. Odell.
In old
loads up.
A&W old A&W seasons.
An old American Ninja Warrior bit was figuring out how to use the switch grip. Odell landed the bar askew.
Yes, people used to have insane grip strength, and used to always use forward grip instead of switch grip. Remember watching it.
So speaking to the evolution of Ninja, I remember when the switch grip was considered a groundbreaking innovation.
I remember screaming at the TV to switch your hands.
And now we live in a more far advanced Ninja world. Evolutionary.
And
Evan Richardson next up on the course, the 11-year-old from Billerica, Massachusetts. Just recently turned 12 years old. Says he loves the color orange. He's got orange socks. He's got orange pants. Us commentators are wearing orange shirts. I think that this sets up well for him to clear.
Yes.
Everything's orange. There's even orange cones.
It must be good luck.
Perhaps it's a good luck charm.
And already onto the TikTok, making quick and efficient pace.
Richardson working his way across.
Needs to just trust it.
Clinging somewhat tightly, just let go. Landed high. Resting his left knee on top.
Able
Comes
to jump
down
off.
onto the spring panel. Richardson now looking for the dismount. Secures it, and now we'll move on to the French toe sticks. The 3rd to last obstacle of this stage 2. Richardson is through it, and now
minute and 23 left.
Moves to the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Richardson jumps it up. One rung, jumps it across another. Richardson now looking to set up his swing. Trying to move the bar in conjunction, in unison with his own legs.
Almost a minute left. Plenty of time to clear, but he needs to get through this first. Could be our 5th clear.
Richardson prepares for the leap.
He gets it in.
Secure it. Got the right side up on the 3rd rung.
He angled his back backwards, which caused the whole thing to fall off before it was fully in.
The left rung didn't land high enough, and unfortunately that eliminates Evan Richardson from World Championship contention. Richardson now is currently in 17th place out of the runners so far in this stage. Mylan Kristoff is up next, 11 years old from Shaker Heights, Ohio.
Quickly sets off.
His bio says he's a rising 5th grader who likes to travel to new places, loves ninja, math, and has just started reading Harry Potter. I remember the day I started reading Harry Potter.
Good book series.
It is a good book series. You know, me personally, I was more partial to Percy Jackson, but
I've read both.
With that being said, Harry Potter still holds a warm place in my heart, as it does for Mylan Kristoff.
I actually think I lost the book midway through, so
I think you might need to go back and finish it.
I'll do that. Yeah.
I think if he clears, I think you need to read it.
Yeah, I'll finish reading it if he clears. Anyway, he's on the French toast sticks now.
Kristoff currently in 21st place. Made it through in 45 seconds past the spring panel.
Making a quick pace.
Now onto the trapeze, looking to mount onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap, which is secure. Kristoff is the second to last runner of this wave. After that, we'll take a short break and be back with more. Kristoff pops it over the first rung, having a little bit of difficulty getting the second to go.
Looks like he has both
Does so.
in the third now.
Now going for the leap. Trying to go high.
Gets it in.
Kind of jolted it over a little bit.
Oh.
Couldn't get the third one. Seemed to be just a smidge too high.
Still a good run, and I will still finish reading Harry Potter.
Jack Mulroy is up next, the final runner of the regional. Of the wave. Coming out of Walpole, Massachusetts. Another competitor from the New England Regional. 11-year-old has competed in a whopping 30 WNL Tier 1 competitions.
Actually flirting with a false start there.
Nearly did, yes. Mulroy, however.
Also, what people can do to maybe save half of a second.
It's another one of the things that when you talk about seconds or milliseconds, the start is one of the most underrated parts because it's where you can lose a couple tenths of a second if you're slow off the start.
It's definitely true.
And you think about it, a lot of these stages, even if stage 1, stage 2, even stage 3 in certain instances can be determined by less than a second.
And Jack started at the perfect time. With 1:50 left, he's now on the French toast sticks. Making his way through it. So far, a clean run.
Mulroy reached out with his right hand first before getting on to the salmon ladder. Pops it initially askew, corrects a miscue. Now lining up with the transition to the vertical section of the salmon ladder. Mulroy lining up the leap.
A minute and 3 left.
Right away.
He needs to get going.
Commits.
Almost saves it with one
Doesn't
hand.
land it.
Doesn't have enough left.
Got the left on the second rung, the right on the first.
And he was our
slid off.
last runner of our first preteen male wave.
The last runner of our first wave. And as we come to a close, Mulroy sits in 10th place as things currently stand. Augustin Vega, your top runner. After one wave of action, it's Augustin Vega, Brandon Wasowski, Almut Gross, and Harry Epstein who have cleared stage 2. As for this, here's all the competitors so far who have cleared stage 1. We will see all these athletes compete at some point during this live stream.
Yes, and we only have 4 clears so far.
So far, 4 clears as we'll go back to it. Augustin Vega, Brandon Wasowski, Almut Gross, and Harry Epstein have cleared the course. They, however, did not clear stage 1.
Okay.
Currently not eligible for World Champion. Well, with that, that concludes Wave 1.
Don't
we
go
will be back in roughly 15 to 20 minutes for Wave 2.
Welcome back to the Greensboro Coliseum, where we are starting Wave 2 of the Preteen Male Division. Up first, we have James McCoon. He does American Ninja Warrior, golf, lacrosse, and flag football. From Blue Ball, Pennsylvania, competes in the Northeast Division, and he is off. Already onto the honeycombs, working his way through them. Onto the second one. Now onto the third one, looking for a smooth dismount. Now dropping the blue door onto the tick-tock. Heading over to Big Tac-Toe, and he gets there. A big jump. Now onto the spring panels, and he gets off. Taking a quick chalk up before he starts the French toe sticks with 1:50 left. Finishes the French toe sticks. Now he's on the salmon ladder, which is taking out athletes from almost every division that has been on it. Making sure it's fully adjusted correctly. And he has it onto the last rung. Looking to put it on the full vertical salmon ladder as high as he can. We've seen people bring it all the way to the second to last platform, and he has it sideways and isn't able to fully hang on. Up next, we have Owen Ake. He's from Woodstock, Georgia. From Woodstock, Georgia, competes in the Southeast Division. Thought it was Georgia. He also competes in Rubik's Cube competitions too, which was his most recent non-ninja competition. He loves soccer, Fortnite, and he has a 3D printing business. So far, I think that's the second or third person I've seen with a business in these younger age groups. Pretty impressive for how young they are.
And here he is making his momentum on the TikTok.
Big and successful jump. Making his way through springboards, looking for a safe dismount, and that is what he gets. Onto the French toe sticks with 1:25. He walks through them safely. Impressive foot dexterity. Now onto the salmon ladder. Reaches out to grab it. His coach is telling him what to do. And he decides to go for a full lache instead of sending the static that he was going for earlier. With 50 seconds left, his hope is to at least get through this obstacle. But he can't hang on any longer as the grip strike gets to him from every single other obstacle. It's still an impressive run. Up next, we have Nathaniel John Kayabab. Said that wrong, sorry. He likes bucket hats, is good at math. He's also getting into volleyball. His favorite obstacle is skyhooks. He doesn't like the salmon ladder, which is one of the main obstacles in this course. Little unlucky. He trains at Ultimate Obstacles, and he has seasonal allergies. He says if his eyes are pink, you know what happened. He's from Holden, Massachusetts, and competes in the New England region. So far, making his way swiftly throughout this course. With 2 minutes left on the clock.
And here he goes, making his way through the French toe sticks easily. And onto the salmon ladder.
We've seen some impressive foot dexterity out of all our athletes who have competed on those French toe sticks.
Yeah, it requires a lot of balance. And they've done a good job with that.
Manages to lachey to the vertical salmon ladder bar. Oh, and isn't able to get up it. Still a phenomenal run, and he was pretty fast up to that point. Now we have Everett Strayhorn, who's been doing ninja for 3 years with Ninja U. He loves playing soccer, football, hunting, fishing, basketball, and any other sport. Says that he loves sports. Also, all those other sports they listed, every single sport also helps with ninja in one way or another.
Yeah, and you can see it right here. He's making through the honeycombs. Definitely has some athleticism going for him.
Now dropping the door quickly, using all the force to his advantage. Sprinting through, getting a big momentum change onto the onto the TikTok. Now jumps up to the springboard. He's about to get a good dismount. Sets himself up perfectly for it. Now making his way through the French toast sticks. And he does just that. Now with 1:30 left, he's on the salmon ladder. And he isn't able to get it over. You can see that his hand slipped off because of how spinny the salmon ladder bar is.
And just a reminder for all athletes to please exit the warm area once you finish your core swim. Thank you guys so much. The energy in this building is absolutely electric.
Up next, we have Grayson Mayers. He loves Ninja Warrior, baseball, and monkeys. His favorite obstacles are fly bar and vertical limit. The love of fly bar he has might help later in this course. When he's not competing in Ninja Warrior, you can also find him playing baseball, another sport that helps with hand-eye coordination and cardio, which also helps with Ninja too. Says he started Ninja in 2020.
However,
Says that he's from Pennsylvania, Northeast Division.
Myers, however, goes down on the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Currently slotted in 9th place of our competitors so far to run stage 2.
Now Parker Smart from Rogers.
Hailing from Rogers, Arkansas.
Arkansas, that's it. Competes in the Heartland region. And he is off. Making some swift work throughout these honeycombs, setting himself up perfectly for a massive swing. And he gets off. Drop the door swiftly, getting a massive momentum for this TikTok. Now on, and he dismounts. Now onto the French toast sticks.
3 obstacles left between him and a stage 2 clear.
With 1:37 on the time, this course is doable.
Moving on to the salmon ladder to Skytrap. We've seen this obstacle trip up some of our other competitors.
Forces his way through it. With 1:20 on the clock, he's setting himself up for the vertical lachey. Makes it onto the vertical bars. Almost at the top. And he gets the top. Could he be our 5th clear?
The open ring now. Gets down. Another one of our competitors has made it onto the katana. Final obstacle of stage 3.
48 seconds left. Gets a quick drink and chalk break. He has enough time to clear. Does he have enough left in the tank? Could be our 5th clear of the preteen male division, which also guarantees him a spot into the 3rd wave, or into the 3rd stage if he clears.
One more katana, and the dismount separates him from stage 3. Can't get it, however. Smart goes down on the katana. Pushes himself into 8th place. Next up on the course, we have Jake Johnson from Powell, Ohio. Trains out of Movement Lab, Ohio. And he's off. Johnson through the ascending steps. Now progresses on to the honeycomb. Through without much issue. Now set down the door drop and moved onto the TikTok.
Onto big tack-toe. Can he have it? It's a big jump, and he gets it.
Johnson threw it. Now sets up into the 3-stick French toast sticks.
Now onto the flying bar with 1:40 left. Could be our 5th clear as we almost had it earlier.
On the same ladder to Skytrap.
1:25 left.
Prepping for the launch, gets it. Johnson now needs to vault up 2 rungs. Can he get 1? No, he cannot. Johnson goes down on the 8th obstacle, stage 2. As we now move to 12-year-old Jack Von Glumack, 12-year-old from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Von Glumack apparently loves fishing, and he wants to give, quote-unquote, a shout-out to my boys in the underground back home. As Jack has now moved his way onto the TikTok. Glumack currently looking to become another clear. Right now, currently, we're staying a little stationary there on the salmon ladder. And Glumack now prepares for the launch, gets onto the 2nd ledge, to the 2nd run, up to the 3rd. Now settling on to the open run. Now looking to transfer his way down. Von Glumack gets it, hung on, looked like it jolted him a little bit. But
now
producing enough, 1:06 for him.
Now
One obstacle stands between him and stage 3.
This has also proved to be another challenging final obstacle. The last 2 obstacles in the course are very grip heavy, causing your grip to slowly be worn down throughout the course. Makes it easier and easier to fall every second that you're on. And he's off. Could he be our 5th clear?
So far, we have not gone into any of our competitors who cleared stage 1.
And just isn't able to hold on tight enough.
We had
still a phenomenal run.
We had 212 competitors attempt stage 1, so we are currently still working through the competitors who failed stage 1.
Make sure to tell me when the clear point is.
There are 40
And he's
ninjas
off.
eligible for world champ.
This is Lorenzo Yula Saldariga. I definitely said that wrong, and I'm sorry. From Weston, Florida, and he competes in the Southeast Division.
Right now, for anybody curious, we are currently still 50 some runs away from arriving to the competitors who are still world champion eligible. Byproduct of having 200 plus competitors in a division. And it speaks to the level of interest that Ninja has received as a whole, especially in the younger divisions. It's cascaded more into older divisions. I believe this year the elite male division set a new record for competitors in that division. Could be incorrect on that. As Saldariaga moves his way past the French toe sticks and onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap.
Let's see how he approaches this.
The Western Florida native looking to become yet another competitor to move on to clear stage 2. He'd be our 4th. He'd be our 5th.
Yes, he'd be our 5th. I'm keeping a tally of it on my sheet right here.
So far, 9
And
competitors.
he just slips off.
So far, 9 competitors have beaten that obstacle right there. The 8th obstacle, the salmon ladder to Skytrap. It's proved a bit of a roadblock for our competitors. So we now move on to Jamison Duvall. He's beaten in 4 Tier 1 competitions. Hails from Solvay, New York. Comes from the Midwest region. 12-year-old looking to become clear number 5.
And
Just as-
he's off.
Just as a reminder, none of the competitors that are running are doing so for the title of world champion. They are, however, looking to strengthen their positioning in the strongest ninja battle.
And there are medals for every individual course, too. And courses overall, I believe.
They've already ran the discipline circuit, so the results of this course, as well as stage 3, will determine who wins the strongest ninja award. Currently, Alfio Sharod is in the lead in that event with 49 cumulative points. Ite Pasha is 2nd with 65, and Eli Paul is 3rd with 100.
Yes, and you want the least amount of points. It
The
goes
least
by,
points, the better.
Oh,
As Jamison
falls
Duvall goes down on the salmon ladder to Skytrap.
and I believe it goes by, the points are like your position on each course.
So, for example, if you clean swept all 6 events, first in stages 1 through 3, and first in all 3 discipline circuits events,
6
they
points.
add up your total, so that would be 6 points.
Yes, that's what I thought.
As next up on the course, we have Cannon Bird. This is Coach Ferris Ayub on the sideline. Cannon comes from Walkersville, Maryland, competes in the Northeast region. Has competed in 9 Tier 1 competitions this year. This coach giving him tips, reminding him to breathe prior to his run.
It's an important part of a ninja. And believe it or not, I've seen a bunch of people who don't.
Tend to get in your own head a little bit when you're doing Ninja Warrior. It's important to keep yourself grounded.
Had plenty of swing, but chose to go safe and take another one.
Bird taking another backswing.
Making quick work of this course. You can see him setting a pace that he
Now
wants
goes
to
for the
keep.
leap, gets it.
With 2 minutes and 3 seconds left.
Pushes it, gets the transition now. Trying to move his way past the spring panel, gets that as well. Keeping on to the bar. Bird makes the jump.
With 1 minute and 50 left, he's now going on to the fly bar. You can see Paris
Ferris trying to give him words of encouragement. Bird now trying to prep the leap onto the vertical section of the ladder.
Ferris is going to think that's funny later.
Perhaps he will. I'll text him about it later.
I know him.
Ferris, in fact, is my Ninja Warrior coach. Cannon goes down on the vertical portion of the salmon ladder. So not some of the third rung. Third rung and landed on the left. Fortunately, couldn't get it up on the right. And that's going to do it.
You can't swing. Do you understand? No, no, no. We are not going
So we now transition to Everin Tekken. Comes from Rock City Ninja. Hails from West Henrietta, New York. Looking to be our 5th clear so far.
Setting a nice pace. Decides to reset back because he didn't run through it.
Chose to go for the leap, pause it a little bit before his jump.
Which makes sense because the amount of speed you have coming into the TikTok is important because it directly determines how much swing and how much power you'll have on it when just jumping in. He is able to stay on. Almost slips off, but he saves it. Now on the French toast sticks. Getting ready to send it. Even though these ninjas make the French toast sticks look so easy, they're still very difficult. And you can't use the straps at all either.
Right, Tekken now trying to prepare himself, trying to generate enough swing, making sure that his body's in unison with the bar. Unfortunately, not able to get it. Had to settle the bar in, got the left side onto the second bar, onto the second rung.
Yeah.
However, the right side not high enough to compensate for that. His run ends on the salmon ladder to Skytrap. That'll put him in 32nd place as we arrive to our next competitor, Levon Heilman.
Says he trains at Stanford Ninja Academy.
Apparently loves pasta. Funnily enough, his competitor bio also lists him as 12'3" with a 10'7" wingspan.
It's not even that tall.
Also being 42 pounds. So I don't know whether those heights and weights are accurate here.
Who knows? Maybe they meant 123 inches.
Maybe.
For height. And 107.
Whoa!
Wingspan.
Had one hand on the spring, managed to keep a hold of it.
Very speedy throughout this course with 1 minute and 52 left on the salmon ladder.
Just 40 seconds have passed. Still working his way through the horizontal section. Taking a minute to settle it. Popped the left side out first. Now popping the right side out first.
1 minute and 35 left. Ready to lachey to the vertical part. He has enough to clear and could be our 5th clear. So far, there have been no clears in this wave. Only 4 in the first wave. Looks like he's pushing himself through this obstacle.
Fortunately, couldn't generate enough power. Heilman's run ends on the salmon ladder to Skytrap, like we've seen with a decent bit of our other competitors today. So we now move to Henry Hoffman. Comes from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, so this is relatively local competition for him. Wonder if he's a University of North Carolina fan. Has competed in 7 Tier 1 competitions this year. Calls the Southeast Regional. As Hoffman onto the honeycomb. Currently on the middle honeycomb, transitions to the 3rd and final one. Looking for the dismount. And does advance to the 3rd obstacle. Pushes down the door drop before scampering down onto the TikTok.
Heading to Big Tac-Toe. And just foot taps.
Came off the TikTok in a peculiar manner.
Up next, we have Nathaniel Pennings. From Harrisburg, PA, competes in the Northeast region and is from Team Urban Playground. Look excited for this course. I'm excited to see what he can show us. Also one of my teammates.
Pennings coming from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He's competed in 13 competitions.
And he is off. Setting a fast pace.
You know, you talk a lot about broadcasters not showing bias, but You gotta wonder. Maybe a small part of my co-commentator might be rooting for Nathaniel to clear.
He is my teammate. I'm rooting for him. I'm not going to directly say anything for him compared to other athletes, though. Not necessarily
That's
biased.
fair. Pettings, midway through the course.
It's a high jump.
Makes it to the big tack-toe. Now onto the spring panel. Dismounts. And now set to attempt the French toast sticks.
1:50 left on the French toast sticks, staying a quick pace. Now on to the salmon ladder. See what he can do.
On the horizontal segment.
Quickly pops them up over the rungs, now into the last rung.
Again, we talk about making sure that the body is set in unison with where the bar is going. You don't want to be pushing one place where the bar isn't.
Oh, and just isn't able to hold on.
Landed it on the first rung. Unfortunately, could not hold on.
Still a phenomenal run out of Nathaniel Pennings.
I think you wanted one more.
As next up, we move on to Noah Duranchik, 12-year-old from Fairview, Pennsylvania. Loves all sports and competition, plays soccer, basketball, and flag football. His favorite format is the challenge course, and he has been doing ninja since 2019.
I also do love the challenge course format.
I gotta say, my feelings on the challenge course are a little mixed, but maybe that's because I consistently finish last in the challenge course. That's besides the point. As Duranchik has advanced to the big tack-toe.
He also says he loves foot dexterity as his favorite obstacle type. Let's see how he's able to use that on these French toast sticks. Just
landed weirdly on it, got the touch point.
He did get the touch
salmon
point.
ladder to.
It looks like his first foot was too far forward on the French toast stick.
Came off of it a little weird, wasn't coming into it, kind of more so came on it.
Yeah.
As we move on to our next competitor.
Just wasn't in the right spot, and a simple mistake like that on basically any obstacle here can end the course.
Tenfold so on a balance obstacle where positioning is key, as we now move on to 11-year-old Owen Metcalf, competing from Ancaster, Ontario in Canada. Was the Canadian champion in the kids division for the Canadian Ninja League in 2023.
So far, he's definitely showing that with his pace throughout this course.
He says he's a future competitive eater of cereal, and that his favorite ninjas are Tyler Smith and Noah Munier.
Doesn't sound like a bad future.
If those ninjas are they have glasses, does that help me because I have glasses on? Perhaps it does. Perhaps it does. Maybe I can be somebody's favorite
ninja someday. He's also champion level 4. Pretty impressive.
4'8", 66-pound competitor looking to become the 5th competitor to clear stage 2 today. So he moves the salmon ladder to Skytrap.
I also think that another reason why this is challenging is because almost no ninjas are used to having such big rungs like this. That's it. Usually they're used to it just being right next to each other and so close that the bar doesn't even move.
Used to between 8 and 12 inch rungs in terms of separation.
Yeah.
They're dealing with a bigger rung and can kind of throw you off because you're used to a specific type of movement when perhaps you need more power.
And this one also requires more timing than the other one does, so you have to adjust it in your brain.
As we move on to Oliver Olenek, an 11-year-old from Murraysville, Pennsylvania, trains at Iron City Ninja in Pittsburgh, has been doing ninja for 5 years and been competing for 4. Won 3rd place for the kid male overall balance in the regular season in 2023. Hails from Murraysville, Pennsylvania. Been doing ninja for 5 years, as we mentioned. This is his 4th year at Worlds.
Almost half of his life. And a lot of the athletes at this point in time usually start a lot younger than they used to.
If you think about it, there have been some ninjas that have been doing ninja at this point. If you get to the really old ninjas that really started competing when American Ninja Warrior got underway. And some of them have been training for nearly 20 years.
Yeah.
Longer than some of these kids have been alive. But as we transition back to Oliver Olenek, He's currently about to attempt the French toe sticks. The 11-year-old again trying to be the 5th competitor to clear stage 2 thus far. We haven't seen it cleared in a little bit. Augustin Vega, Brandon Wisowski, Ahmad Gross, and Harry Epstein are currently still the 4 competitors that have cleared stage 2.
Now he's on the final rung. Let's see if he can adjust himself to make this challenging move.
It's likely that those 4 will advance. I believe that those 4 are guaranteed to advance.
Yes.
However, they are
could.
not competing for world champion.
No.
As they did not clear stage 1.
And isn't able to keep his hands on with the slanted bar.
Next up, we have a French competitor, Lucas Barbier. Has competed in 2 Tier 1 competitions this season. Comes from Cagny Calvados. Again from France. A 12-year-old trying to halt the barrage of fails so far in this wave. We have 6 runners after him before we take a brief intermission.
Let's see if he can be our 5th clear.
Barbier working his way through. Sets down the door, dashes off of it, jumps onto the TikTok.
It's ready, building all the needed momentum. Looks like he can get off right here. A high jump.
Gets high. Through the big tac-toe onto the spring panel. And defeats that, now moves on to the French toe sticks.
1:50 left.
Through the French toe sticks. And now moves on to the salmon ladder to Skytrap. And for those of you wondering, yes, there are a lot of runs in this division. That's what happens when you have 212 competitors compete in a division as we did in stage 1.
Which also means there are more waves, too.
Have more than 100 competitors in stage 2. So for those wanting to watch their kids running at the tail end of the run order, it will take quite some time as Lucas Barbier has moved on to the vertical part of the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Now trying to jump up 2 rungs. The first one is closed-ended. The second one has more possibility for you to slip off. Barbier can't jump it up to the 3rd rung. His run will end on the 7th obstacle on the 8th obstacle of stage 2.
And people are failing on that a lot more because their grip strength is being worn down by the previous part of the obstacle because, again, they're not used to big rungs like that. Can't talk today.
It's an interesting dichotomy when you come in from the 7th obstacle. You're coming in from the French toe sticks, an obstacle that's forcing you to be light and quick with your feet. You then move directly in an obstacle that tests your grip strength. So it's kind of a little bit hard to wrap your head around it right at once if you're not entirely used to it.
Yes, and up next we have Nathan Webb. He says he loves Rubik's Cubes, Ninja, playing Mario Kart with his family. He enjoys linking static bar laches around 4 to 7 feet. Says he's not great at distance laches, and his farthest is only 9 feet. And he's a smaller athlete, so his highest warp goal is 14 feet, which is still pretty impressive for a 12-year-old. He says he can make some precision laches, but often
he also remarks that he has mediocre grip strength. So far, he seems to be faring pretty solid. He makes it through the spring panel. About 50 seconds have come off the clock as he prepares for the French toe sticks. Comes from St. Paul, Minnesota.
Looks ready to clear. Could he be our 5th clear in this age group?
Webb for the jump. Gets it onto the 2nd rung. Going for the 3rd rung. Doesn't go. Got to the 3rd rung up on the right. The left.
Does a backflip off.
Wouldn't go though.
Backflip onto his stomach. I always love to see a sense of humor and good sportsmanship in an athlete.
Offer a little bit of stylism there.
Right now we have Kyle Mushow.
Has competed in 2 competitions in Tier 1 prior to this run. Comes from West Fargo, North Dakota. Competes in the North Central region. 12-year-old again looking to become our 5th clear on Stage 2. And the 4 clears are displayed
And all
on our
4
graphics
clears.
on the bottom of the screen, but Augustin Vega, Brandon Wasowski, Almog Gross, and Harry Epstein are our 4 clears.
And all 4 of those clears are from the first wave. We've not had anyone so far from the second wave clear. A little surprising.
Mucho has worked his way onto the salmon ladder. Vaults over the first hop on the horizontal section. Trying to lock his arms in an L there for a minute. Takes a backswing, gets up to the 3rd rock.
Almost at the top of it. Could he be our 5th clear? Stays on even with a slanted bar. Gets the other one on top. Looks like he might have enough to clear. He's on to the final obstacle now. Let's see. Looks to Lachey, the first one. Has a huge lead out and sticks it. Now heading to the second one. Oh, and
Joe
slips
peels
off.
before he can make a bid for the 3rd katana.
As you can see, there are slopers on the back instead of cliffhangers now, which makes it ever more difficult to stay on.
However, that run will put him in 6th place as things currently stand. Lucas Brozina, next up to attempt the course, 12 years old, comes from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania.
He's competed in 19 competitions so far. Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, and competes in the Northeast Division. 12 years old.
Quickly through the steps onto the rope, and now onto the first honeycomb. Lands onto the middle honeycomb, and making a bid for the 3rd. He's got it and is through the second obstacle.
Staying an efficient pace so far.
Taps down the door drop.
Let's see what he can do for us in the second half of this course. Sets a huge jump, almost overshoots it. Now onto the French toast sticks. He gets it. And is now onto the fly bar. Is he able to get the salmon ladder up to the top? And then into the sky trap. He has plenty of time with 1:30 left.
26 left on the clock.
Gets it to the second, to the last one. Only one more. Halfway on. Needs to adjust. And he gets the top one on. Showing tremendous grip strength with how long he's been hanging. And he just falls off.
3 runs left in this wave, starting off with Andon Green. Trains out of the barn. Comes from Bethalto, Illinois. Trains in the North Central region. Yeah, no one has cleared this wave. So far, we have 4 clears.
And we have 3 more athletes who have the opportunity to clear.
That's
See if
Reed,
they can do it.
Ryan Wilwerding, and William d'Entremont.
Like you said, up now we have Andon Reed from Bethalto, Illinois. Competes in the North Central region. He's 12 years old.
Through one obstacle. Can he double it? Yes, he can. Reed now onto the door drop. Slams it down, dashes up it. Leaps up onto the pendulum. Rocking it back and forth to make it to the big tacto, which he does.
So far, making quick work of this course.
The spring panel as well.
Could he be our 5th clear for this division?
And the first of the region, the first of the wave as well.
Yes.
Goes straight from the trapeze onto the bar.
Sets himself up very well.
Quickly jolts over and gets onto the last part of the horizontal part. Trying to go up high, gets under the third round.
Oh.
For the fourth,
Stays
to
on.
land it. The left rung is on the open section. The right part is not.
Oh.
He tried to hop it over and unfortunately went too high over.
Hangs on even after 3 failed attempts.
Goes down on the salmon ladder to Skytrap, and that marks the end of his run. Comes in at 17th place. Next up on the course, we have Ryan Wilderding. 12-year-old from Ankeny, Iowa. He's nicknamed Bud the Stud. Has been training at Ninja U in Ankeny, Iowa for the past 3 years. Also plays football and basketball and enjoys bass fishing.
Looking to restart to get a bigger, more momentum, and he does. Almost dismounting off of the TikTok onto big tacto, and he does. Now in the spring panel, dismounts quickly, getting onto the French toe sticks, knowing the foot dexterity required, and he still completes it. With 1:34 left, let's see what he can do on this salmon ladder.
Penultimate run of the wave. After this, it's William de Enterman. Then this wave is over.
But again, don't go anywhere after this wave, because we still have 3 more waves after this.
Wolverton getting a signal from his coach. Unfortunately, goes down on the salmon ladder. Comes in at number 34 in the order as we move on to our final round of the day. William Dantremont, known as the Will to Win Ninja. His home gym is Strive Ninja Fitness in Franklin, Massachusetts. Comes from Walpole, Massachusetts. Trains in the New England region. In addition to Ninja, per his competitor bio, Will is also an accomplished ECNL goalkeeper with the Scorpions Soccer Club. His favorite obstacle type is moving with obstacles.
Don't know.
He also lists it as his most challenging obstacle type as well.
Enjoys a challenge.
He does. His favorite format is a flow course, and the flow course is one fail ends your run.
Gets a
So I
quick
take it
chalk
he'll
up.
enjoy this course, which uses that format.
With 1:53 left, making quick work of those French toe sticks.
Once you fail this course, your run for all intents and purposes is over. You can still run the rest of the course if you have time, but it does not count. It does not count for your score. Stantremo currently finds himself in 17th place. Trying to better that by getting through this obstacle.
Onto the third one, all right up to the top. Let's see if he can get to the sky trap, and he does. Looking for a dismount. Could he be our 5th clear for the preteen male division? And the last chance at a clear for the second wave. Let's see. Still has plenty of time left. With over a minute. Able to hold on to the first cliffhanger. Not even reaching to the back, just going to the next one. Oh, just barely slips off. And the top 4 throughout the whole second wave hasn't changed.
No clears.
I really thought he had that last cliffhanger.
You do not have any clears in this regional. I mean, not in this regional. In this wave. So move 2.
Still feels early.
Augustin Vega, Brandon Wisowski, Alma Gross, and Harry Epstein are still the only 4 clears as of right now. We'll be right back after a quick break. And welcome back to WNL 2026 Tier 1 Preteen Male Stage 2. We're about to start Wave 3 of the competition.
Also, welcome back to North Carolina and the Greensboro Coliseum, where this event is held. Looks like up first, we will have Jonathan Saggy. He's done 13 comps this season from Demarest, New Jersey. Competes in the Northeast region and is 12 years old for this season.
Gonna have
Region
James
season.
Danella, elite male competitor, as his coach.
Reason season. Rhyming with timing. And Jonathan is stepping up to the platform.
Not pictured right now, but he's currently a step behind right now, just getting ready to step on. Got over 30 athletes in this wave.
Again, if you hear any cheering at all during this, it's either for the athlete that's running here or from across us, behind us, next to us. We do have a lot of other competitions going on for different age groups.
They'll have a lot more action. There's still 2 days and some change before
And
this WNL Worlds wraps up.
And there are 2 more waves after this one for
Right.
Preteen Male.
This own division has
Stay
its own
tuned.
action before the end of the day.
Think until like at least like 7:30. Because I think the 5th wave is supposed to start at 7:46.
I believe so.
Might need another monster.
We've been on this stream for quite a minute, but we appreciate you all for sticking with us throughout this much time.
We also still only have 4 clears, all 4 coming from the first wave.
There were no clears in the second wave.
And Jonathan is off. Off onto the honeycombs now. Gets to the second one. Builds up his swing through the third one and immediately sends it. Now looking for his dismount. Had enough, but chose to do another one. Pushes down the bridge, then jumps into the TikTok. Looks like he's gaining enough swing. Now into the spring panel. Getting a quick chalk up with 1:50 left on the time. That's plenty of time if he can get through this devastating salmon ladder obstacle up here. It's been really challenging to all of our athletes so far. Let's see if Jonathan can conquer it.
That obstacle really served as the crux point in the second wave. Proved to be difficult for our competitors to figure out how to maneuver. Jumping
Onto
up
the second
top,
run.
Jumping up
Showing,
a longer run.
Showing some great tech. Stays on.
You saw this before. Another competitor on our previous wave had a little bit of trouble getting the rung up when they dealt with it being on the open rung. Fortunately, his competition ends on the French toast sticks. His competition on stage 2 could still advance to stage 3 depending on if he's high enough in the standings at the conclusion of all waves. As Caden Norden of Florida is next up on the course. Bounce through the ascending steps, now onto the honeycomb.
On the second one, reaching for the third one, and he gets it. Now looking for his ending platform.
Aiming for a quick side-to-side motion to set himself up for success. Norden now on the door drop. Makes the jump over to the big tack-toe and now onto the spring panel. Takes a quick backswing before jumping his way off. 3 obstacles left to go, beginning with the French toast sticks.
Sprints through them, making them look pretty easy. Takes a second to put his arm down and rest it. Looks like he's doing pretty well in bar tech with 1:32 left.
The 11-year-old trying to become the first competitor since Wave 1 to make it through this entire 9-obstacle course.
1:20 left. It is within his reach to clear this course. On the top run now, see if he can get it onto the sky trap. And he does, and he hangs on.
Drops and survives the bump, makes it through with 1:03.
He's now on to the final obstacle, which is proven to be challenging at the end of this grip, intense, heavy course. He could be the 5th overall clear of the preteen male division, which would also give him a guaranteed spot in stage 3.
Jordan gets to the second katana. Angle launch, gets the third one. Hangs on, goes for the dismount. We have our 5th clear of the day. Aiden Norton clears in 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Our 5th clear of this stage for the division. As we next move to Cameron Baker, 12 years old from Flemington, New Jersey.
Competes in the Northeast region and is 12 years old so far. He's done 9 total comps this season.
Trying to become
Tier
our 6th
1.
competitor to clear after Caden Norton just cleared the course.
See if we can get 2 in a row. Now onto the dropping bridge, dropping door. He sends it down, now onto the tick-tock. Generating a massive swing, immediately jumps off. Setting a very efficient pace through this course with 2 minutes left. Trying to skip that ending platform, which isn't allowed.
Looks like he didn't realize that you have to touch the ending platform to get the point.
Luckily, his ref got to it, or his coach told him in time before he almost disqualified himself. Now on to the salmon ladder. With 1 minute and 35 seconds left, he has plenty of time. Does he have enough fuel left in his tank to be able to finish this course and be our 6th finisher?
Gets the first jump. Looking to get the second. Priming for the jump to the vertical section of the salmon ladder to Skytrap.
Now on the vertical section. Now it's basically a full salmon ladder obstacle type, and he's gets to the top. Now going to the sky trap. If he can get this, it'll push him right to the last obstacle.
Baker currently in 28th. That'll increase his standing position all the way up to 13th now that he's cleared the 8th obstacle. Still 1 to go between him and the end of stage 2. The katanas. All that separates him from the buzzer.
And he still has 20 seconds left. He'll need to get going if he wants to clear this course.
Cameron Baker trying to become clear number 6. Tried to grab for the sloper on the back. Could not hang on. Ends in 13th position.
Up next, we have Brees Bramlett from Green Cove Springs, Florida. Competes in the Southeast Division. He started Ninja 10 years ago. So actually, he's only been alive for 2 years when he wasn't doing Ninja.
From a precocious age, he was doing Ninja Warrior. Bramlett kicks down the door onto the tick-tock. Shaking the pendulum back and forth, creating power his way through.
Has a big jump, managed to steady himself. Now on to the French toast sticks. Every time I say French toast sticks, it makes me more hungry. Now onto the salmon ladder obstacle. Instantly gets through the first rung. Ready for the second.
Bramlett tried to go for the transition, wasn't in complete unison with his body, and that kind of forced him to go a little bit early. Didn't create the power that he needed horizontally to make it onto the vertical section.
Up next, we have George Armas. Says he has a 50-minute long dead hang in a 10-foot lache and top rankings in the 2023 World Ninja League, top 16 in Premier Series with top 11.
According to his competitor bio, he has a deep fascination with insects and bugs. He likes to eagerly explore the world of worms, caterpillars, spiders, and more.
Already
He says curiosity and determination make him a true explorer.
Already onto the TikTok with 2 minutes and 8 seconds left. Setting a fast pace. Now onto the French toast sticks. Just needs to get into one more rung and then he can go to a vertical lache. Or he could full send it right now, which is faster but could be a little harder. Angling himself up.
Decides to go for it, gets to the third rung, and now the fourth. Finds to jump on. The right side of the bar looked a little bit close. Celebrates after getting through the eighth obstacle. One more to go between him and clearing stage 2. Gets the first transition, now going for the second. Gets it.
Looks to be our
Goes to the
seventh.
dismount.
He is our sixth clear of preteen male division.
Jorge Armas
Stage 2.
jumps into number 5. Time of 1:44.50.
Up next, we have Antoine Renaud.
Antoine Renaud, 12 years old from Stéphane, Quebec. Now bounding through the course, taking a big swing before getting onto the honeycomb. So we're going at this course with a little bit of reckless abandon.
Decides to directly jump onto the door.
Goes for it early, 24 seconds already onto the spring panel, and he's through that as well. Not even 30 seconds have passed, just over 30 seconds have passed now on the French toast sticks. Jumps to the second, goes to the third.
Unfortunately, they were hand or feet only.
That obstacle is feet only, so with his hands touching the obstacle, that results in an instant disqualification. Speedy run ends on the 7th obstacle for the Canadian. Next up, we have Max Muzinski from the Grit Ninja. Calls Wyckoff, New Jersey home and competes in the Northeast region.
Let's see what he can show us today. Ready to sprint across the French toast sticks. Still feet only, unfortunately.
That fail puts him in 53rd place.
Up next, we have Spencer Jameson. He's been doing Ninja for 5 years at Traverse Fitness, and he says Ninja is his passion. It's his 4th time at Worlds, and he's hoping to hit a buzzer this time. Could achieve that on this course right now. He enjoys trying things in different countries and cliff jumping. Loves spending time with his family and friends and loves playing Roblox. He's from San Francisco, California, and competes in the Southwest region. Already past the TikTok, onto the spring panel, and off. Now at the French toe sticks with 52 seconds left. Could be his first world's buzzer.
Jamison now onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Works his way over the first barricade, now for the second.
So far, he's showed a tremendous pace. If he can keep it up, you put him in a very good spot.
Going as fast as some of our earlier compares that we saw. Augustin Vega will still hold the fastest time after this run with the 1 minute, 1 second time. Potentially Spencer Jamison could put him up in the leaderboard if he can clear this obstacle and then the final.
Yes, like we said, making it. Oh!
And I think the commentator's curse may have just struck. Jamison was not able to land onto the Skytrap. Got the bar on, but could not take himself along with it. And that brings us now to another one of our preteens, Jack DeLuca.
Okay, did great.
Says he's from Stanford, Connecticut. Competes in the New England region.
Another one of those ninjas who trains at Stanford Ninja Academy.
He's actually from Stanford, too.
Not exactly a far drive.
Is a far drive to North Carolina, though. Already onto the spring panels. Onto the French toe sticks. See how he'll get through these, and he does.
Quickly jumps over both of the barricades, now trying to hop the rung up. Gets it onto the second rung, immediately leaps the third one up. Trying to go for the top rung. Gets it and settles it. Now trying to leap it onto the Skytrap, which he does. Manages to hold on. 1:32 left on the clock as he moves to take on the katana. Three katanas to deal with. They have sloper holds on the back now as opposed to some of the other divisions that simply add another cliffhanger ledge.
Decides not even to use the slopers at all.
Most competitors have opted to go straight for the cliffhanger ledge, which Jack DeLuca does, and he'll move into third place, a time of 1:18.6.
He is also our 7th clear and second in this division, or this wave. Actually, third. Up next is Austin Small.
Competitor from Vitality Obstacle Fitness.
And he has a Grand Champion power ranking, which is very good. It's the top power ranking. Already on to the TikTok. A huge leap, able to barely grasp on.
Small already going for the dismount.
50.
And already going through and on, through past the French toe sticks and already onto the salmon ladder.
A minute and 50 left.
Currently on pace to potentially contend with some of the top times. Trying to get the jump onto the top rung, which he does. 50 seconds have elapsed off the clock. Takes a back swing before going on to the final obstacle, the katanas.
Decides
He's already
he
jumping
doesn't
straight
need
to
chalk.
it.
Being very efficient in between
One
these
swing
obstacles.
that last obstacle, but slips. Rushed the last one.
And decided
Still
not to
ends
get
up in
chalk.
8th.
Still's a very good position. I think he may have been the fastest. No. One of the fastest up to that point.
He was the fastest non-clear.
There it is.
Whether he would have gotten one of the top times, potentially up for debate, depending on if he lands that last one, whether he takes any
All right.
backswings.
Up next, we have Zachary Overmill.
Trains at Dexterity
Over
Depot.
Miller.
Works with the Team 1 youth team, which works with kids through preteens, and he's also a member of their parkour team as well. When he's not training ninja or parkour, he really enjoys playing piano and chess. Coming from Melchers, Pennsylvania, started ninja in 2020.
Already onto the spring panel. Manages to get off, and now onto the onto the French toast sticks.
Over Miller now trying to contend with the salmon ladder to Skytrap. This has posed an occasional issue for some of our competitors. We'll see whether it does for Overmiller.
He has enough time to clear with 1 minute
55
and 35
seconds
seconds.
have passed off the clock.
All right, onto the vertical salmon ladder.
Jumps it up a rung, needs one more,
Now at
gets
the top.
it.
Although the
Minute
sides
10
of his
have
salmon
passed.
ladder are very unbalanced.
That right side looking
Fixes it a
suspicious,
little
but
bit in the
manages to
air.
get it.
Now onto the final obstacle, the katanas. Let's see how he's able to deal with these.
His coach, Tim Dexter, offering him some chalk, also videotaping him. I have a feeling he'll want to get that video if he clears. Currently in 12th place right now, a time of 1:19 from clearing the salmon ladder to Scott.
50 seconds left.
The katana, all that separates him from a stage 2 clear.
Now 40 seconds left. The time is slowly wearing down. Taking his time. Now 32 seconds left. Has to get going now.
Miller goes for the first cliffhanger. Lachey gets it. And now for the second. Not using the slope roll at all. Doesn't use it for the second either. And just speels off.
Still a phenomenal run.
Still will end his run in 12th place. It's a fist bump from his coach. Pat on the chest. We now move to Graham Rodenius. I believe I'm pronouncing that right. Apologies if I'm not. The 11-year-old from Fargo, North Dakota, has competed in 3 Tier 1 competitions so far this year.
Also in the North Central region.
Rodenius looking to add his name to the clear list.
Of currently only 7 people.
Currently has now moved on to the spring panel. Gets through it and dismounts and will now attempt the French toe sticks. Through it in about 38 seconds right now. As he
Currently
gets
a
onto it.
minute and 50 left.
Now onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Has 45 seconds passed off the clock. Takes a quick backswing. Takes another. His momentum stopped a little bit, but he quickly just pounced over those 2 barricades. Jumps up to the second rung on the vertical section, up to the 3rd and up to the 4th. Now time to see if he can lachey into the Skytrap, which he can. And off the dismount, he has 1 minute and 15 seconds. Half the time limit left to work with to see if he can clear stage 2. So far, we've seen 7 competitors clear this stage 2 course. It will remain 7. Rodenius peels off on the 3rd katana as we now move to our next competitor, Thomas O'Leary.
You can actually see him holding a cheese stick up right now.
He's holding a cheese stick. He mentioned to us before the broadcast that we had to mention one word. Well, I guess 2 words in this incident, and it was
stick.
cheese sticks.
I will mention again later in this run. And he is off.
O'Leary off through the course, makes it through the ascending steps.
Setting a very quick run. Oh, and he
misjudges with the left hand. His left hand was a little bit too west of claiming onto the lip.
Just
the right hand was on target.
In the wrong spot.
That concludes his run as we move on to 12-year-old Joseph Comerford from Warren, New Jersey.
And he's off. Already onto the honeycombs. You can see him setting himself up to get the most momentum he possibly can out of these. Using some very skilled approaches onto these obstacles. Onto the spring panel. You see him all right through the French toast sticks. Now onto the salmon ladder. Currently under the horizontal one. Hops it twice. Making his way over to the vertical one. Just one more hop with the bar. And he gets onto the second rung. Now onto the third. One more. And then he only needs to hop it into the sky trap. Just the sky traps left. And then he can get off. Alright. In the sky trap. Now he dismounts and he is now on to the last obstacle. Could he be our 8th clear for the preteen male division? He certainly has enough time with over a minute left.
Currently working with 53 seconds of time left. Going for the second lachey. Can he hang on? No, he can't. We'll finish in 10th place as things currently stand after this run. Made it there in 1:09. Next up on the course, we have 11-year-old Kieran Martin from Horsham, Pennsylvania. Kieran bursting through the ascending steps. Already leaps for the honeycombs. Takes one quick backswing. Does the same for the second. One swinging through each of the honeycombs before working his way onto the door drop. Takes a couple steps before maneuvering his way onto the TikTok. Pushes through the spring panel already, 32 seconds, and he has made his way to the French toe sticks. That obstacle as well, and now onto the salmon ladder to sky trap. 40 seconds have passed. On pace for one of the quickest runs of the stage so far, if things stand. Jumps up to the third run, gets to the fourth. Just the sky trap and the dismount of the obstacle to go. He goes straight for the dismount.
Only one obstacle left. Let's see if he can conquer the katanas.
Just past the minute mark.
Be the 8th clear of the preteen male division.
Martin looking for one of the faster times so far today. Martin lines up for the first cliffhanger shot. Grabs it, goes for the second one, and he gets it. Gets it, and he will clear with the third fastest time, a 1:16 on the clock.
And he is the 8th full clear of the preteen male division.
We still have not reached the competitors that have cleared stage 1. Kieran fell on the final obstacle. We are, however, getting closer. Kieran was 62nd in stage 1, and our clears start at number 40. So we're under 20 run. We are just about 20 runs away from getting to the athletes still eligible for the title of world champion.
Probably around the next wave.
Halfway through the next wave, we should be getting.
And Elliott is already blazing his way through this course.
Brooklyn, New York native, has been training at Brooklyn Ninja Academy for 4 years. He's been part of the team for 2. He's one of the ninjas that learned about ninja by watching A&W during the COVID-19 pandemic. Fortunately, trips up on the French toe sticks.
Even if your foot is just a little bit forward, backwards, or to one of the sides, it is very, very, very easy to slip up on those. Makes it ever more impressive for the athletes that don't. They're able to clear this course.
Have to have your feet located in the middle. Now we move on to Peleg Lashem, Tel Mon in Israel. Placed third in the Israeli National Championship in 2024 and fourth place the next year. He's competing here alongside his older brother and his dad.
Already onto the door drop. Now on to the tick-tock. Ready to go to this spring panel. He gets on, looking for a quick dismount, and that is what he gets.
Up through the salmon ladder. Through the horizontal section, now trying to vault up to the vertical section, which he gets. Now trying to make the jump onto the sky trap.
And he's on the sky trap.
That as well doesn't go automatically for it.
Looking to be the 9th clear of the preteen male division.
Now going on to the katana, the final obstacle of stage 2. We're nearing the end of this third wave of competition. After Leshem, we have 9 runs left to go before we enter another intermission before wave 4. As Leshem, 53 seconds left, looks to be one of the faster times. Took a couple tries of hitting the buzzer and knocked it over.
Currently our 9th clear
Pushes
of the
himself
preteen
into
male division.
6th. Took him a couple of tries to hit the buzzer. Knocked it over a little bit. Looks like they're setting it to try and make sure that it's all good, that the buzzer actually stays on the platform.
Yes, making sure it's fair for all of our athletes.
That's one of the things. You want to make sure that the buzzer is actually on the platform so that way you can hit it. I kid, but Noah Melcher from Cypress, Texas is next up on the course. Melcher trains at Rise at the Warehouse, and in addition to Ninja, he enjoys playing football and basketball, as well as being a fisherman. This is his second WNL World Championship. And apparently, according to him, quote unquote, from his competitor bio, he loves competing on all the cool courses.
It's a very fun part about Ninja. You get to do all these cool courses.
You get to do a lot of really cool things in this sport. As he moves on to the French toe sticks. About 40 seconds off the clock here. Makes it through and advances onto the horizontal section of the salmon ladder to sky trap. Interestingly, this part of the salmon ladder functions more as kind of a pipe slider, but more so one where you have barricades to jump over. He's on the second rung of the vertical section now. Jumps up to the third. Now trying to get to the open-ended fourth section. And a little bit of a pickle. Can't escape the pickle. Nearly had the ball fall on him, but managed to dodge it. You see, the problem is when you end up with one of the rungs on the top side, you can't overcorrect by pushing it against the barrier that's out in front because there is no barrier. The open rung means that you have to be careful about making sure that you don't overshoot or undershoot rather than only needing to put as much power as you can. As next up, we move to 11-year-old Paul Conifal from Howard Beach, New York. He's been doing Ninja for 3 years, and he said that his favorite obstacle is the salmon ladder, and his least favorite is vertical limits.
Let's see if he can use that salmon ladder to his advantage.
I get a feeling he's going to like stage 2, and he might dislike stage 3.
He said he...
Step 1 is getting through stage 2 and getting to his favorite obstacle. And then step 2 is figuring out if he can get to the vertical limit portion on stage 3.
I get him, though. I also very much hate vertical limits.
As Conifal, working his way on the tick-tock, makes his way across the big tack-toe, now on spring panel, my apologies. Bring his way on the French toast sticks. Bounds off and gets onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Bring his way on the horizontal section. Already on this second portion. Now just needs to jump onto the vertical section here. Jumps up to the third rung, so only needs to get up to the open rung. Gets up on it.
Could be our 10th clear.
Settles in and jumps straight to the Skytrap. Bar heavily centered to the left, but that's no issue. Carnival now on the final obstacle of stage 2, the Katana. One more transition for Carnival to go to clear stage 2. Carnival goes for the dismount, narrowly gets it. His momentum carried him forward, and he does a backflip right
Very
afterwards.
impressive run. The 10th clear.
The backflip just pictured off screen. Couldn't see it with the way that the camera was set up. You could only see the wind
start
up,
of it.
But rest assured from us commentators, it in fact paid off. Did a flip with his coach in response to clearing. Gavin Balzotti, an 11-year-old from Marston Mills, Massachusetts, is next up. The 2025 NINA champion for Vitality Obstacle Fitness, that is the New England Ninja Association, which is a team-based league held in the New England region. Gavin's been doing ninja for 5 years. He says he loves trying out new obstacles and designing obstacles with his dad. They have a rig at home. And Gavin also plays baseball and video games on the side.
We've seen a lot of people who like designing obstacles in these couple of waves.
As Balzotti goes straight for the French toe sticks and now into the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Trying to make his move on the horizontal section into the vertical. Jumps up to the third rung, now just needs to move onto the open rung. Gets it without turning the bar askew, and now moving on to the Skytrap. Gets it. Takes one small backswing before dismounting. Takes some chalk from his coach, Jordan Thurston, before moving on to the final obstacle of stage 2. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. Makes the first transition. Grabbing onto the sloper. We haven't seen a bunch of competitors do that. Now about to go for the third transition.
And he just can't hold on.
Looked like he had it for a minute, but peeled off. Wiley Wassel is up next on the course, also known as Stylen Wiley. Started training and competing when he was 7 years old. Placed top 10 in 7U, UNA World Finals in Season 6. Placed 17th in 9U in Season 7 and 10th in 9U in Season 8. He was first in the Ninja Carolina League in their second season and second in Season 5.
Looks ready to conquer this course. Puts on a confident face.
His Instagram and YouTube is Stylen Wiley. On his Instagram, that's Stylen, STYLIN _WILEY.
And he's already onto the onto the honeycombs.
He had his coach Brett Strong on the sidelines waving around his shirt. He's got a passionate coach supporting him on the sideline.
It's another thing I like to see in these competitions. Huge Lassay sets his feet first.
Wiley gets off, and 30 seconds in, he's at the 7th obstacle. A lot of our competitors making it into the deeper parts of the course earlier and earlier, as Wiley has made his way onto the 8th obstacle. Now in the horizontal section, kips up over the first 2 barricades, now trying to make the transition over the vertical section. Trying to go for the 3rd rung here, gets it, now just the open transition. Gets it with ease. Now for the transition to the Skytrap. A minute has now passed off the clock, and Wiley is through it. One more obstacle to go, separating him from becoming another clear.
He's now in the final stretch of this course. Could be our 11th clear of this division.
Goes for the front on the cliffhanger ledge. Does the same on the 3rd one. Squeezes and gets it. Now for the dismount. Launches off and gets another clear.
So far.
And like the last run, does another backflip.
Another backflip. Very impressive.
I wonder if
these
they're going
athletes.
to start a chain pattern of doing backflips when they clear.
Anyone that can will.
As next up we have Timberland Greenkov Tang.
Now I want to go do a backflip.
11 years old from Las Vegas, Nevada. Unfortunately, I can't do a backflip, but I'm learning from my friend Ryan how to do a backflip. Hopefully I can
By
do
next
one when I
by
clear.
next year.
You'll know. You'll know when you know. Hopefully next year. But as for Timmerland, his run is about to get underway. We'll see if he can potentially earn a chance to do that backflip if he clears stage 2. As he is off through the ascending steps. Onto the second obstacle, the honeycomb. Onto the second transition here. And moves to the third honeycomb. Clears the second obstacle in 14 seconds and now moves on to the pendulum. Rocking it back and forth. Trying to act as a counterweight to push himself over. Flings himself at the platform. Manages to corral it enough to make it through. Varinkov Tang now onto the 7th obstacle. 38 seconds through his run. Nearly tripped, but manages to make his way through and onto the salmon ladder. Gets quickly onto this over the second barricade. Now trying to swing his way over to the vertical section here. We'll have to pop up 2 runs now. Can he get the first run in?
Could be another clear.
Pull and gets it. Varinkov Tang looking for the open rung, which he'll get. Varinkov Tang now on the final obstacle. Taking some shock from his coach, Savannah Salinas. Trains at the Ninja Lair in Las Vegas, Nevada. As he's one of our final 5 runners of Wave 3. After a brief intermission, we'll be back for Wave 4. First, we'll see Varinkov Tang can clear stage 2. Squeezes, nearly falls off.
Holds on with one hand.
Held on with his left. Gets the clear.
Our 12th clear.
A time of 1:46.
No backflip, though.
And he will compete in stage 3.
Up next, we have Blake Williams from St. Petersburg, Florida. Competes in the Southeast Division. He's a rising 9th grader, a 3rd-generation native of St. Petersburg. Competes in middle school track and field, running the 800 and 4x4 meter relay. I also run the 4x4 relay, and it's one of my favorite events in track. So good for him.
Williams, a rising 7th grader, and according to his competitor bio, a 3rd-generation native of St. Petersburg. A big fan of Geometry Dash.
Now already on to the spring shelves.
Apparently, according to his broadcast, he really enjoys eating Alaskan snow crab. And he considers the color red his favorite because apparently it stands out and feels energetic. I don't know how he feels about this blue course. I assume the only time you wouldn't want to see the color red is for a fail. At that point, you don't like red.
And isn't able to hold on with a slanted bar.
And speaking of red, that is the color that flashes up as Williams goes down. Next up, we have Major Wright, coming from Richmond, Texas. What a name, I gotta say, by the way.
You got this, Major. Aggressive, bud.
Coming from Power Pickle.
Power Pickle.
He has a Power Pickle symbol.
One of our last 3 runners of this wave.
Has the Power Pickle insignia on his right shoulder, and I learned about that gym yesterday because I figured out my friend Colt is going to TCU, and that will be his new home gym.
That's cool.
So shout out to you, Colt Elder. Is Major Wright about to attempt the course? Bounds through the 3 steps and is now onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Sails his way over the first barricade. Now looking to get over the second, which he does. He's got one of his coaches telling him that he needs to be aggressive. Gets to the third, gets a fourth. It's askew, but corrects it quickly. 1:24 left on the clock. Looking to go for the sky trap now. Gets it
And just
for a
slips
split
off.
second. Had it for a split second, but when it came down, fortunately could not hang on. That puts him in 43rd place right now. 3 runs left to go in this wave. Actually, 2 runs left to go in this wave. My apologies as we move to Bryce Zielasco from Jupiter, Florida. Trains at the lab under Flip Rodriguez and Megan Budway. He's got Flip here as his coach. Zielasco, 11 years old. Has competed in 6 Tier 1 comps so far this year. Known as Flying B from the back of his shirt. Goes for the second transfer. Trying to get to the third ledge over here. Goes for it. Zielasco pushes it down with his hands. Bounds off and gets to the pendulum. Flies off and gets onto the spring panel. Works off of that too and
now
moves
onto
onto the French toe sticks right through that as well.
Onto the salmon ladder. He tries to reach once but slips off. Goes for it again with his other hand and is able to grab onto it.
Forced backswing. And oh my goodness.
From the first rung all the way
Flicks
to the
himself
vertical.
right from the first barricade, from behind the first barricade to over. And he's already through this part of the salmon ladder. Coming up on right about a minute done of his run. So he now moves on to the final obstacle of stage 2. The katana. Maneuvering his way through. The first transition has one more hold to contend with. Gets it and hangs. Flip encouraging him. And he clears stage 2. Moves into 3rd place in the finish.
What I believe to be our 13th clear.
I'm checking on that just to make sure that is the case.
Might be wrong.
It is, I believe that is our 13th clear, yes.
Up next, we have the last runner of Wave 3, Parker Johnson. He's competed in 15 total comps. He's from Hilliard, Ohio, and competes in the Midwest region, and is currently 11 years old.
He's competed in 15 Tier 1 competitions this year. Working his way through, and now taking on the door drop. Knocks the door down and onto the tick-tock. Takes a couple of swings, now readying himself for the launch. Grabs onto it, and now trying to maneuver his way onto the spring panel. Now he's through the spring panel. Has to contend with the French toe sticks. Works first onto the rest bar. Now goes. Bounds across the 3 steps, through the trapeze, and now onto the salmon ladder. Hops over both in a quick hurry. Now looking for the jump to the vertical salmon ladder. Gets up to the 3rd rung, but no! His left side slipped down a rung. That caught him off guard, and unfortunately he slipped off the obstacle.
So we end this wave with 13 total clears in the preteen division. That was the 3rd wave. But don't go anywhere because we have the 4th wave starting soon.
And as we'll
And
quickly
then the 5th
pull up
one after that.
We'll quickly pull up the current stage leaderboard before we leave. Augustin Vega, Brandon Wazowski, Bryce Zielasco, Paul Conifal, Kieran Martin, Jack DeLuca, Almog Gross, Wiley Wassel, Peleg Lashem, Harry Epstein, Jorge Armas, Timberland Garinkov Tang, and Caden Norden are your 13 clears on stage 2.
Again, don't go anywhere because we have 2 more waves after this.
Still 2 more waves of action, but for now we're going to go on break as we wait for wave 4. And welcome everyone. We are back for Wave 4 of Preteen Male Stage 2. We're about to get kicked off with our next runner, Bentley Boyd from China Grove, North Carolina. Bentley is known as the Always Ninja because, you know, he always does ninja. In Season 11, he earned a podium spot in all but 2 of his 23 competitions, and apparently he is powered by bacon.
And he is off. Almost linking his way through the honeycombs. Now on to the door drop.
Alongside doing WNL this summer, he's also a member of Team USA for obstacle course racing and will be representing the U.S. at the World Championships in Ireland later this summer. He'll be doing the 100-meter, 400-meter, and 3-kilometer events. As Boyd has made his way onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Now has made his way through and onto the katana. The second lands on the third, but doesn't hang on.
Barely can't hang on.
Only in 14th place. Made it to the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Made through the salmon ladder to Skytrap in 49.78 seconds as we move to our next competitor, Ioana Albornoz Mulligan. He's 5'4", 410 pounds. Started Ninja 5 years ago. Has competed in 21 competitions this year. And he comes from Arlington, Massachusetts. That's a first name pronounced Ewan. He plays soccer and ultimate frisbee. He's made it to stage 3 at Worlds every year. We'll see if he can keep that streak going. Every year he's competed. Mulligan, currently 22 seconds, just got through the TikTok and now through the big tech-toe as well. Progressing his way now onto the spring panel, which he clears as well. 6 obstacles down, 3 to go. Make that 2 because he just cleared the French toe sticks. Now into the salmon ladder to Skytrap, working with 44 seconds having gone off the clock so far. Mulligan taking a quick backswing, trying to generate some power. Goes for it and lands on the third rung. Trying to jump up onto the top rung. You need to get both sides up. It's very unlikely that you clear the obstacle if you don't. Final Lachey off and now onto the Skytrap. Seemed a bit uneven, but still managed to land. Now onto the final obstacle, the katana. One obstacle separating him from becoming another one of our stage 2 clears.
1:05 left.
Currently taking a breather. About a minute left. Smoke going off in the background to our left with the lights flashing for another clear. Yuan himself is currently on the final obstacle. Shaking out his arms to get out the lactic acid. Exhaustion plays a factor at this point in the game. You've gone through 8 obstacles at this point in your course run. Ewan still persevering, has one more cliffhanger jump in the dismount to make if he wants to clear, but peels off with 27 seconds remaining. Ewan goes down.
Nice job. Really good run. Great plan.
Currently in 18th place. Rafael Cypress is next up on the course. The 5'1" competitor, weighs 82 pounds. Started Ninja in 2020.
He's from Houston, Texas, and he has a grand champion power ranking, which is the best one you can get. Able to save it with his one hand. Almost falls off. It's incredible how athletes can hold themselves like that without even knowing that it's about to happen.
Cypress holds the grand champion rank, the highest possible attainable rank in the World Ninja League's power ranking system. As you can imagine, is a pretty big award to receive. You can see why. It looks like Cypress is going to go for the skip here. Gets all the way up to the third rung. Gets to the fourth. Trying to transition off onto the Skytrap. Gets it with relative ease. Clears the obstacle in 55 seconds. One more obstacle between him and clearing stage 2. It's the Katana. Gets the first cliffhanger with Shea. He'll grab the second and he'll start swinging. Gets it. Going for the dismount. He clears stage 2 in 1 minute 17 seconds.
It's, I believe, our 14th clear.
Clears with the 6th fastest time. That does make him our current 14th clear on the course. And interestingly enough, we have a tie for 3rd place between Paul Conifal and Bryce Zielasco.
An exact tie?
An exact tie, yes. 1 minute, 15 seconds, and 6 milliseconds.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
They're sharing joint 3rd place as of right now.
Now, do you know what happens if they stay like that?
I think that they just put it as you get 3 points for strongest ninja. It's irrelevant to the conversation of world champions, since both are currently ineligible, having been eliminated earlier. But I believe that it's classified as a 3rd place ranking for both of them. As for Nolan Greenfield, a 12-year-old from Syracuse, New York, currently on the vertical portion of the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Bumps it up and gets to the bigger ledge. Works his way onto the Skytrap. And looking for the dismount. Gets it in 57 seconds as he moves on to the Katana. One obstacle separating him from the stage 2 clear.
As I said before, this Katana can be very difficult because it has a sloper on the back and a cliffhanger on the front. As a combo, those are both very hard to hold on to.
Some competitors have opted to just go for the cliffhanger. Others have opted to use the sloper to help.
We've seen clears on both, and we're about to see another clear.
Nolan Greenfield goes for the dismount, gets it, and clears in 128.8.
15th clear.
And next up on the course, we've got Riker Gary from Holliston, Massachusetts. The 11-year-old has competed in 17 WNL Tier 1 comps so far this season. As a note, Augustin Vega still holds the fastest time with 1 minute, 1 second pace.
And he is off.
Only working his way through the honeycomb. Opting to generate swing to dismount after one rotation. Makes his way onto the pendulum. Going to create swing to allow himself to fling off to the big tacto platform, which he gets. Kind of falls a little bit onto the spring panel and works his way through the French toe sticks right into the salmon ladder to Skytrap.
Oh, and he
tried to skip over.
If you look at it again, you'll see he barely, with the right side of his bar, hopped over it. I don't even know if the left side was over it, but that was enough to make him fall.
Seemed like the right side might have been a little bit over. That'll currently put him in 36th place.
Up next, we have Keaton Grosso. He's also known as the Curl Ninja. He trains at Jump Climb Extreme in Maryland. He's pushing himself to grow stronger, faster, and more consistent on the course. And he was from Newmarket, Maryland. Competes in the Northeast Division.
Keaton said in his competitor bio that he's grateful to his coaches Ferris Ayub and Digan Desimone, who push him to be his best. He's wearing the J.E. Jackson Erdo shirt. Shirt designed in support of mental health awareness. Keaton says he wants to bring that same focus and determination every time he trains and competes. Outside of Ninja, he enjoys playing basketball, video games with friends, and he loves spending time outdoors as much as possible, as Keaton has now made his way onto the salmon ladder.
So far, speeding his way through this course with 1 minute and
40
50
seconds.
left.
But speed kills. as you can see, went to get the upper section rung that doesn't have a backside, and unfortunately lifted the left just a smidge too much. And unfortunately, that is what ends his stage 2 run.
Like I've said earlier, almost all of these little things can end a run very quickly.
Lionel Casiello, an 11-year-old from Lynn, Massachusetts, is up next on the course. Casiello also holds the mantle of Grand Champion, the highest rank that can be bestowed upon any competitor in the World Ninja League Power Ranking system. To equate it, it kind of works a little bit like the ELO rating and a little bit like chess as well. I don't know if the two are the same thing, but I do know that there's a rating system that works somewhere in the 1700s to 1800s for some of these numbers. So it's a little bit similar to chess. Safe to say Casiello has a really high rating. And he's really good because he's made it through 6 obstacles in just about 30 seconds. Now working his way onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Trying to work his way through it right now. Casiello on the third run, trying to kip up to get the open-ended one. Gets it. A minute has passed off the clock. Gets it onto the Skytrap. And he's through in a minute 5. One more obstacle separates Lionel Casiello from making it to the end of the second stage. One more cliffhanger Lachey and then the dismount. He's got one more left to go, but peels off at the end. We've seen this happen with some of our other competitors. And Casiello falls right near the final hurdle of stage 2. And we are approaching having competitors compete who are still eligible for the title of World Champion. 40 moved past stage 1. We are currently at Kyson Surdy, an 11-year-old from Fairfield, California. Surdy finished 43rd in stage 1. Made it to the final obstacle, the Octopus, in 21.26. Was the 4th fastest non-finisher in stage 1, so we'll see if that speed plays a factor in how high he can rank in this stage. Surdy pushes down the door drop and is now onto the TikTok. Got to create swing. Jumped off at a little bit of an angle. That one works his way across the spring panel and already is through the French toe sticks as well. Operated with an interesting strategy of trying to push the bar before he mounted it. Got it forward a spot, but now trying to center it to make sure that it's not too far leaning in one direction. Gets over the second barricade, now trying to leap over to the vertical section. Surdy trying to become the 16th clear, lands on the second. Now going for the third. About to make his move to try and get onto the 4th section here. Gets the open. And now trying to go down onto the Skytrap. Makes the jump, lands it, survives the bump. Gets the dismount.
Now onto the final obstacle.
One obstacle stands in his way from earning a clear on stage 2. The katana is all that separates him. Reaches out with his right hand, grabs it, and fires off. Goes for the cliffhanger without taking a backswing. Trying to get to the cliffhanger ledge on the 3rd katana. After this, it's just the dismount separating him from stage 3. Not enough power to get to the final ledge. He does not clear.
And
puts himself in
next,
30th.
We have Evan Marsher from New York Mills, New York. Competes in the Midwest region. He's also has a Grand Champion power ranking.
There's a fun fact. He's not going to need the chalk. He's not going to need the chalk bucket that we've seen around because apparently, a fun fact, per his competitor bio, he does not use chalk at all. Finished as
all-
7th place world champions for mature kids male
It's
2
always
seasons ago.
it's always rare to see someone not using chalk at all. For me, if I didn't use chalk, then I would probably slip off the first obstacle.
Would you put chalk on your shoes?
I've tried it before. It makes it slippy. And he's already almost onto the final obstacle.
Perhaps a ninja we should refer to as the chalkless ninja. Evan Marsher goes straight forward into the final obstacle. 1 minute 49 seconds. We could be looking at the fastest time here, folks.
And with no chalk,
Marsher
too.
goes for the third ledge, going for the dismount. Does he have the fastest time? Yes, he does. Clears in 48.97 seconds.
Also, now that I think about it, it is definitely faster not to use chalk, too, because you don't have to take
You don't have to go back for the pause. Marsher clears in a time that's 12 plus seconds faster than the next competitor, and he's turning around and giving suggestions to his next competitor, Drew Morelli of Zakata Ninja Warrior. Morelli, one of our international competitors coming from Canada.
And up next, we have Drew Morelli. Says he has sponsors, too. Can you read those off?
As CIC Financial and Castor Family Eye Care and Andrews Tree Farm that serve as the sponsors for Mr. Morelli. The 5'5", 115-pound competitor started Ninja 6 years ago, hails from Jerseyville, Ontario in Canada. He's 12 years old and has competed in 9 Tier 1 competitions so far this year. He travels throughout America, North America, multiple weekends each month to challenge himself against the top of the top, as you know.
And with 2 minutes left, so far, I think the fastest up to that point, he is having a phenomenal and speedy run.
As you can see, despite hailing from Canada, he's got Flip Rodriguez as his mentor.
And he hits his leg on the back of the platform. That could cost him the #1 spot because he had to have an extra swing.
That does look like it'll cost him the #1 spot based on time, but Morelli still clears without much issue. Second place is still his at the 56-second clip. That vaults him into second place. As we now move on to Nate Peterbow, 11-year-old from Stamford, Connecticut.
And he is off.
And Nate Peterbow is the first competitor to run so far in this Stage 2 for the Mature Kids division that is still eligible for the title of World Champ.
And now everyone past him, too, will also be, as long as they clear this course.
So Peterbow's run sets the benchmark for every other competitor to judge what they'll need to do if they want to stake their claim to being World Champ. Peterbow,
he goes for a skip.
Went for the
isn't
skip,
able to make it.
Didn't pay off.
But that's what happens when you full send a course. It either doesn't pay off or it does.
Number 37 in the rankings right now for all of our stage runners, but that vaults him currently into first place in the World Championship as things stand as we move to our next competitor, Israel's Ido Lavakov.
Takes his time on the first obstacle. Now on to the honeycombs. Looks like he has his mind on a full clear and a guaranteed spot to stage 3 right now. Also, he is still eligible for World Champion. It's another reason why he's taking a more conservative approach. Still is being efficient, though.
Is Levikov. Lands on the big tack-toe. Now on the French toast sticks.
Makes his way through.
His way through and now is onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Trying to generate more power. Landed himself a skew, but also did skip him forward a smidge. Goes for the second rung and now the third. On the vertical section, tried to go up to the top, but instead comes all the way down. That puts him in number 58 in the standings. Number 2 in the World Championship as things stand. Next up on the course, we have 11-year-old Caleb Bunting of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. One of the local kids coming in state to compete today. Holds a power ranking of champion level 3. He's competed in 11 competitions so far this year at the Tier 1 level. Calls the Southeast region home for WNL. Bunting progressing through the course. Makes it through the first 2 obstacles. Pushes down the door drop. Now looking to advance his way past the tick-tock. Rocks the contraption back and forth. Kind of flips his way backwards a little bit. But manages to make his way through the spring panel as well.
Just past the 2-minute left mark. Now onto the French toast sticks. Needs to keep his chest up. And his feet
40 seconds are left on the course. 40 seconds have passed on the course. My apologies. As Bunting has now made his way onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Bunting trying to set himself up to make the jump to the vertical section and make sure that both sides have enough room. Bunting now trying to make his way to the top. Gets onto the Skytrap.
He has a big audience.
His way onto the last obstacle. Kind of rocked his way back there a little bit too forward, but settles himself. Doesn't come off the platform. If he did, that would be a failure. But now,
yes, able to keep his balance. He also has a big crowd cheering for him.
Bunting trains at Level Up. Level Up actually hosted a qualifier competition prior to WNL Worlds. Offered an extra chance for some of the international competitors as well as some of the locals to try and compete. Bunting lining up the jump to the final cliffhanger ledge. Tried to use the sloper, does not get it.
Just barely can't hold on.
But that puts him in first place in the World Championship. I know it says number 28, but that's relative to everybody who's ran the stage. And a lot of competitors who have ran the stage have advanced via the top 60% rule.
Oh, yeah, that does.
The top 60% of all competitors who ran Stage 1 advanced to Stage 2. And of those top 60% from Stage 1, the top 70% advance on to Stage 3. So it's 60% of Stage 1 to Stage 2, 70% of Stage 2 to Stage 3. So Ethan Williamson, our next competitor, another one of these eligible competitors for the title of World Champ, competitor from Rock City Ninja, looking to get it done here. Williamson, if he cleared, would not be the first clear, but he would be the first World Champion eligible competitor to clear.
And he would make every other person who cleared Stage 1 who already went not in contending for World Champion. And he fell off, wasn't able to hold on.
Williamson peels off the left side of the big tack-toe. He'll earn the points for getting to big tack-toe because he got the touch point for clearing the last obstacle, I believe. I may or may not be right on that. I believe that may count as a touch point. I could be incorrect on that. He did not have secure purchase of the obstacle, so that may be ruled as an obstacle for fail. As Cayenne G, next up on the course, coming from Traverse Fitness in California. Hails from Berkeley, calls the Southwest region home for WNL. Has competed in 4 Tier 1 competitions prior to this Worlds.
And also, if he cleared, he would make every other person who cleared Stage 1 else also have to clear to still be in contending for World Champion.
It would turn it into a Stage 3 battle. Typically the case, but you never know. The Elite Male division saw its quest for world champion end on Stage 2. After all, 57 competitors. There were 57 competitors that made it to the final obstacle, which was also katanas. As we have a very interesting situation brewing here.
Barely on.
Still barely alive and saves it.
Looks like he had less than a centimeter.
His right hand acted as a stopper to keep him alive. If his hand is any further to the left, he is likely out right now and falling on Stage 2. But Cayenne G is alive on the course, still set to take on the katana. But it's not a gimme that we get a competitor to Stage 3. But right now, it is a reality because Cayenne G just advanced to Stage 3.
Now forces either him being world champion or the battle to be taken to Stage 3 for world champion.
So every competitor left must clear Stage 2 in order to stake a claim to world champ, and that battle would then take place on Stage 3. And it's not always the case that you get a battle that extends to Stage 3. Just yesterday, we saw the Elite Male division end in Stage 2. 57 competitors failed on the final obstacle, the katana. 51 of them were world champ eligible. And it was Jackson Eros that was crowned the world champion. Ryan Cooper initially held first place in that division. However, his run was placed under review and then ruled as a disqualification, handing Erdos the title. It's back to Croy Gatson, our next competitor from Richmond, California. Also trains at Traverse Fitness, like his counterpart, who just cleared the course and became the first world champion eligible athlete to make it through Stage 2. Gadsden looking to make it a two-man party in Stage 3. And if it held that way, it'd be a teammate-on-teammate clash. A teammate-on-teammate tilt, if you will, in Stage 3 to determine who the world champ would be. But of course, still 30-plus competitors more to go. Still 10 more after Gadsden in this wave.
Just tries to push it forward.
Gadsden, perhaps a smidge too aggressive.
Yes.
Went for the salmon ladder, tried to push it forward a little hastily. Ends his run. Currently sits in 50th overall. As next up, we move on to Brooks Robinson, the 12-year-old from Newmarket, Maryland, trains at Dexterity Depot.
And they're about to send him off.
As the gym's coach, Tim Dexter, doing double duty here. Not only is he acting as the chalk man, he's also acting as the recorder as well. So Robinson here looking to make it a two-man battle on Stage 3. A very interesting battle could be brewing here.
And he has 1 minute and 57 seconds left. Plenty of time to clear this course.
As a reminder, we currently already have one clear from a world champion eligible athlete, and that was Cayenne G. The manner in which that clear happened was very peculiar. We'll tell you about it after Robinson's run. Robinson trying to line up the transition to get to the vertical section. 1 minute 31 left on the clock. Rocking his body back and forth, trying to set his body in unison to be able to make the transition. Rocks it back and forth. Goes up to the third. Kind of bounced off that last rung a little bit. Trying to settle himself to jump up to that fourth and final rung. This one doesn't have a backside on it, so you need to be careful about landing it.
Just slips off the bar.
And unfortunately got the bar up, but not himself. Goes down on Stage 2. Josiah Birmingham, our next competitor, trains at Ascend in Massachusetts. Josiah himself is from Cambridge and meets in the New England Regional. Loves being outside and climbing trees. He's a competitive rock climber that also plays soccer and lacrosse.
Now onto the honeycombs.
Trains with Lucas Reale and Matt D'Amico at Ascend Obstacle.
I'm excited to see how he will progress this course and how he will deal with all the challenges on this course, too.
Birmingham off and running.
Now onto the French toast sticks. See how he'll run across them.
Setting up the launch, gets to the trapeze.
Sets it perfectly. Pushes it forward.
Trying to push the bar forward. Don't know if he would risk two. Doesn't seem like he will.
Seems like one is already enough to still save some time. 1 minute and 35 left.
Josiah Birmingham going to become the second world champion eligible athlete to punch his ticket to stage 3. Create a potential title tilt with ING in stage 3. Birmingham, though, dealing with the bar being askew. Trying to force the right side up. The left side is still up.
We've seen this happen multiple times before. Will he be able to recover it? And he switches them,
Interestingly, he switched it up. The left side of the bar ended up being the one that was askew on the lower set of rungs. Fortunately, that caused him to fail. Currently sits in 41st place at the conclusion of his run, as now we move on to 12-year-old Zach Eccles. Comes from Skaneateles, New York.
Skaneateles, New York. Competes in the Midwest region. Sorry if we pronounced any of that wrong.
Plays the cello. Trains at Syracuse Ninja Barracks. He loves cliff jumping, playing video games with his friends, and snuggling with his 2 dogs and 2 cats. As somebody with 2 dogs, I can agree with the sentiment. I will say that my dogs are the best thing on planet Earth, and that if anybody speaks any will about them, well, I just won't talk to you anymore. But back to Zach Eccles himself. Eccles.
I think we can both agree that cats are better than dogs, too.
I think that this is just an awful take, and that we need to take you off the mic.
No, I meant dogs are better than cats. I said
good.
Wrong. I said
good.
Wrong.
Glad to see we're in concurrent here. But Zach Eccles trying to do it for both his dogs and his cats. He's currently on the salmon ladder to Skytrap.
Currently has 1 minute and 33 seconds left.
Is through 2 rungs right now. Trying to latch himself on to the vertical section, which he does. Now trying to jump it up and can't do so. Seemed like he got the left side a little bit higher. Right side wasn't where it needed to be. And that causes an 8th obstacle fail.
I still think out of everyone who cleared, there's only been one of them who finished stage 2.
ING is still the only world champion eligible athlete that has advanced.
So there still is a
Stage
non-zero
3.
chance that he wins worlds right
There
here.
is a non-zero chance
Which isn't very
that
likely.
ING wins the world champion award without things needing to be taken to stage 3 to determine it. And this requires everyone, including Mason Morris and all the competitors ahead, failing. Mason himself currently through 2 obstacles, working on completing a 3rd, which he does.
As we see Mason Morris just quickly advancing through the course, already at the halfway point with 2 minutes left.
5 obstacles and now make it 6. He's got 3 more to go, starting with the French toast sticks.
He certainly has plenty of time for them.
Morris working his way through. He's now working his way onto the salmon ladder. At the end of the horizontal section, trying to jump his way up to vertical. Gets up to the 3rd rung, so he only has 1 more rung to go before trying to go up to the Skytrap. This one's open-ended, so it's a little bit more difficult. But he manages to get it fine. Now onto the Skytrap. This is going to drop, but survives the drop.
Now onto the final obstacle. Can he make it? So the world champion battle is in stage 3.
Mason Morris up next, about to take on the Katana. Currently going for the third ledge. Can he land it? No, he can't.
Just isn't able to stay on the cliff.
Fortunately, does not get the clear. This produce a solid run, however. Aiden Ayers is next up on the course. The latest to try and stake his claim to the title of world champ.
From Camillus, New York, competes in the Midwest region. He's 11 years old this season and a grand champion power ranking.
Started watching AEW at the age of 5 and started training Ninja a year later. He wants to be on the American Ninja Warrior show when he's old enough. Has been a finalist on the Premier Series twice. And he won the award for the most unique clear of an obstacle. Now, I think that we've seen some pretty unique ways to clear courses alongside some other divisions today. So he might face some stiff competition if he wants to replicate that here at the World Championships. But Ayers right now has just made his way onto the spring panel.
Already
his
onto
way
the French toast sticks.
3 obstacles separate him from booking a ticket to stage 3 and taking the World Championship battle there as well. Ayers currently has roughly 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. 45 seconds have been taken since he started the run. Ayers also enjoys being outside, jumping on the trampoline, swimming in the pool, and being at camp, both with fishing and kayaking. He's also an Eagles fan.
Go Birds.
And he goes down. Now, what I don't understand is why you wouldn't support the Giants or the Jets. This is coming from a Commanders fan.
You're saying the Giants?
Yes, the Giants. I mean, technically they play in New Jersey, but...
The Giants are your favorite team?
No. I just said as a Commanders fan. I'm saying, why is he not...
The Commanders also suck, but...
This is a bad opinion. Why are we giving this guy a mic, man? Anyways, off to Joshua Saraceno. I believe I might have pronounced that wrong. If I do, I apologize. His brother and sister are competing in the mature kids and teens divisions as well. Josh finished 2nd overall at the Northeast Regional and finished 1st on the challenge course for the New England region.
Looks like he's fully sending this course.
21 seconds have passed, and he's already looking to make his way through. He's already onto the big tack-toe.
Now onto the French toast sticks. Quickly sprinting through them.
Saraceno working his way through the course. He's already moved his way onto the salmon ladder to Skytrap. Gets onto the 3rd rung, trying to turn it into a 4th. Again, only one competitor, Kyan G, has cleared stage 2 and stage 1.
Could he be the 2nd?
Joshua Saraceno of Ninja Mania trying to turn this one into a 2-horse race for the world title on stage 3.
And he gets the
first
first
cliff. Now for the 2nd. Can he make it a 2-competitor race? He can, and he will. Joshua Saraceno will advance to stage 3 and compete for the world title. Saraceno versus Kyan G as of right now for the world title. We'll see if any of the further 4 competitors in this wave can add an extra wrinkle into that world championship tilt. Tanner McKenna, Ite Pasha, Miles Wilson, and Michael Lysenko are the 4 competitors that will round out this wave before we go on break ahead of the final wave of competition. As Tanner McKenna is off, the 11-year-old hails from Mars, Pennsylvania. Competes in the Midwest region. Clocks in at 4'5", 86 pounds. Finished 2nd overall at the 2025 Midwest Regionals. Was 1st in the flow and 3rd in challenge.
Also has another grand champion power ranking.
Was the 2024 champion in his region.
Something just broke off.
As it appears, we may have a course malfunction. It does not look as if they're going to stop the course, however. Currently bounding through the French toast sticks. Onto the salmon ladder. Salmon ladder to the Skytrap.
Looks like something may have broken, but right now we're focusing on
Landed a
Tanner's
skew
run.
and managed to save it. The Steel City Ninja competitor has made his way to the final obstacle. Landed on top of the bigger platform, interestingly enough.
Now onto the final obstacle.
Well, for Lachey, can he turn this into a 3-competitor tilt on stage 3?
Looks like he can.
He can and he
he
will.
does.
Clears in a minute 17, and 3 are in for stage 3. Looks like there may have been a course malfunction. He was saying rerun when he walked by right by us, I think. But it doesn't look as if he's going to need it.
Although it doesn't look like he can get a rerun from it because it broke.
You don't get a
and
rerun
still
because he
got
cleared.
past it. Up next, we have Ite Pasha. He started Ninja in 2020, 6 years ago. He's from Kfar Sava, Israel. Looks like they're still sending him off.
As we currently have Ite Pasha up on the course. One obstacle down makes it 2 through Kfar Sava.
Now onto this bridge. And also another reason why the last athlete probably won't be able to get a rerun is because even though it did break on him, it didn't affect anything because the other straps still held tight.
As always, a clear fixes everything. Ite Pasha opts it quickly over the first 2 barricades. Now looking to transition onto the vertical section. Goes up for the jump, gets it. Gets the upward section as well.
Now onto the final obstacle. Could be our fourth world champion contestant cleared. See how he does. Gets the first one with a lead out. Let's see how much he leads out on the second one, too.
Goes for the lead out again.
He
Gets
gets
it this
it.
time. 4 are moving on to stage 3 as of right now. Still 2 runs left to go in the wave.
Yes, 4 are now in contending for world champion.
Pasha hugging his coach. As he'll now prepare for stage 3. With his world champion dream still alive. 2 left to run in this 4th wave for stage 2. After that, we'll take a brief intermission and we'll be back for the 5th and final wave of competition.
And up we have Miles Wilson.
Wilson trains out of Skyhook Ninja Fitness in Oregon. Hails from Tigard. Has competed in 14 Tier 1 competitions prior to this run.
He's 12 years old this season.
The penultimate run of this wave. Wilson bounds through, gets to the bar, makes some quick hops.
Looks like he is able to get to the big Lachey.
Hops up onto the open-ended rung now. Gets to the sky trap. Hops off and has a minute 30 to take on the final obstacle. So like he'll take a breather. Get some shock from his coach, Caden Madzelin.
He does have plenty of time for a breather. He could also rest for another almost minute if he wanted to.
Taking a breather, trying to center himself before he takes on
He
this
also
final
already knew that first place wasn't there for him yet, so right now he just wants to clear. Like I said, he can take a break for almost as long as he wants. And he's off. Now got the first.
One more cliffhanger. Lachey stands in his way. Looks like he might have nearly peeled off, but makes it through. Claims a clear time of 1:43.59. He'll move on to stage 3.
And he's our 5th person still in contesting, still able to win world champion.
Michael Lysenko looking to become the 6th. The 5'0" ninja competitor. His favorite format is challenge course, so I don't know how much he'll like this flow course that he's got here.
And he's off already onto the honeycombs.
His favorite obstacle type is moving with obstacles. I have to say my personal favorite obstacle type is anything that involves a salmon ladder. I think I'm pretty okay with.
Mine's foot dexterity.
I don't know which one's salmon ladder, but whichever one that one is, pick it.
I think it's
Lysenko's enjoying this moving with obstacles one, though, because he just made it through it with relative ease.
If I'm wrong, I'm probably going to look stupid, but I think it's moving with obstacles.
I don't know.
I'll
need to ask that question to somebody who knows. Lysenko
I know a couple people.
has made his way to the salmon ladder to Skytrap. The final runner of this wave, and after that, we'll be heading to a quick break. You can find Michael on his Instagram, which is Mikey Grips Ninja. No underscores, no periods, just Mikey Grips Ninja. Lands the bar askew. And for this story on how our first competitor cleared, that competitor was Cayenne G. Landed in a peculiar manner.
We talk about this after he finishes his run. He is now on to the last obstacle, the katana.
Lysenko looking to add his name to that clear list and challenge G and the 4 other competitors who have already cleared
Could be
stage
the
2.
6th person who cleared and is still able to win world champion so far. All comes down to this obstacle. And again, most of these athletes who get to the end can take a big break because they usually have over a minute left.
In total, we've had 22 competitors clear stage 2 thus far.
So far, 5 of them can win world champion, and he just slips off.
It will stay at 5 as we end this wave.
Now for the story.
So, Lysenko does not advance to stage 2. Lysenko does not advance to stage 3 to fight for world champion. He likely will still advance for the purposes of strongest ninja and because he was in the top 70%. Most likely. We still have one more wave to go. But the story here around Cayenne G, our first clear of stage 2. That was world champion eligible. G is on the 8th obstacle here. Our salmon ladder to Skytrap obstacle. When he's going on the vertical section, his run takes a peculiar twist. He lands with the bar askew, and his right hand, one of his hands, is right on the cushion and is basically rubbing against one of the rungs. And had his hand been any further, it was his right hand actually, had his hand been any further to the left, that would have knocked out the left side of the bar because it was almost entirely to the right. Somehow, Jay saves it, gets up the rung, gets through the obstacle, and gets through the stage. So he and 4 others are still eligible for the title of world champ. 22 have cleared the course as of right now. Here's a look at the full rankings from all the competitors who have attempted stage 2, led by Evan Marsher, Drew Morelli, and Augustin Vega. And as for the world champion battle, Joshua Saraceno, Tanner McKenna, Ete Pasha, Cayenne G, and Miles Wilson are your 5 competitors still eligible to hoist the title of world champion. That is it, however, for this wave.
But again, don't go anywhere because we have one more wave after this.
We'll be back for wave 5. My co-commentator will be. I, however, will not be. This is my final broadcast of the evening. So we will send you to commercial break. I'm Thomas Hughes. I'll hope you tune in for wave 5.
Go, Brayden! Go, Brayden!
Gideon! You got this. Nice. Hey, hey, I love it. Here it is. Big squeeze, big squeeze, big squeeze. And go get a buzzer. Like, I was scared. I got on her. Yes! That was crazy. I didn't see her touch my defense. She touched, no, they didn't. She didn't touch the black, she touched the.
Tight squeeze. Hang on to that thing. It's going to drop. There you go.
Athletes and coaches, Preteen Male, stage 2, are on their last final runners. So get your video reviews in. Video reviews in on Preteen Male, stage 2. They're down to the last few runners.
Good, dismount. Hit it. Yes. Good, that was really good. Hit it. Yes.
Attention adult male athletes and coaches. DC Tall is running early. The final wave, wave 5, is starting in 30 minutes. Please head over to check in. Adult male, anyone that has not done DC, head over to check in to the swim circuit for adult male. Final call. That has not done DC, head over to check in to the swim circuit.
Tight.
Come on, stick 'em empty.
Nice job, my guy. Hey.
Attention coaches and athletes, check-in is now open for wave 4 of young adult males over at stage 2 tall. First runners will go in approximately 25 to 30 minutes. That is for wave 4 of young adult males over at stage 2 tall. First runner in about 30 minutes. Attention to all coaches and athletes in wave 5 of adult males over at DC Tall. We're going to start you guys early. First runner will be going in about 15-ish minutes for wave 5 of adult males. First runner in around going in about 15-ish minutes for wave 5 of adult males.